Hello, hello, hello. How is it going? Good morning. Good afternoon. What's up? Hey Daryl, hey Ariat. Pine C PoE. Morea. Orange Monkey. Baxter. True ASDF. Yampusak. Snackerx. Basic. Simlo. Shishatsu. Tjeep. What's up? Alright, let's launch the other PoE. I don't know why. Why not? To make sure it works and everything. And maybe update some playlist. Maybe make some plans with Bazooka. 3 days, 4 hours. Maybe we can listen to the interview. Black screen, okay. Capture works. Everything is fine. Oh my god, there's WASD. Oh my god, this is some nice speed. Is this how fast this game is? I forgot. I forgot how fast this game is. Oh my god. It is very weird after PoE. Oh my god. Where do I get the smelly one that we just unlocked from watching the stream? Do you have any interest in equipping me in PoE 2? No, I have zero interest in that. Why would I have an interest in that? What? Is this a character effect? Weapon effect. Level 75. Well then, that sounds like you are a very high level player, and you have a you have access to very strong equipment. You should put that on. Level 75. Oh, I see. As in me equipping you onto my character, not that me providing you with equipment, like me equipping you as in like, ah, I see. Oh, I have 75? I don't know. Nah, I already have a better chest. I have an 81 chest, so no. It's much better. As you can see, it also has 6 sockets, which is crazy. Do you have 6 sockets? Look at all this movement speed. It graduated top of my class. The jacket class. Single arrow gamer. Pretty close to GG gear. Yeah. Behemoth essence. Alright, let's start with do we want some outro music for the stack deck video? Should we use some game soundtrack or just some usual chill drum and bass? Terraria soundtrack. No. Outro music. Valheim is already on the playlist. You must have heard it. Valheim has been on the playlist for like a year or 2. Bass boost. Alright, let's open. Let's start from the... Here. Alright, top of the list. Gears of War. Gears of War. OST. 55 songs? Oh my god, okay. Okay, we can close this. Jesus. This is war. Jesus. Okay, very epic. Looks like a nice league start twink leveling gear. Yeah, look at this pace. I can't even turn around because there is so many obstacles where you just stop sprinting. Oh, why? Why is that a thing? Why don't you just bounce off the walls? Yeah, I mean, this is YouTube, so volume is different than iTunes. We're not listening to iTunes right now, we're listening to YouTube. And we are... Actually, no, YouTube is 58% Chrome. Okay, let's go to 50. Okay. Okay, maybe this is too much. Next. Nothing. Okay. Okay. Actually, just restart it. Sure. Can you do a video about what third-party tools to use for PoE? I already did, actually. PoE third-party tools. Look, it's the first video if you search for that. Look at that. That's crazy. There. Who's that one? Oh, did the links get outdated? Oh shit. Okay, okay, okay. Let's put this in. It was 3. The third was good. Don't herald your answer, Coz. Advertise. Well, my answer is the YouTube video link right after your question. I have already made this video that you're asking for me to make. And it's here. It's linked in the chat. Right there. Boom. Yeah? Okay, okay, no, this is too much. Let's go for this. Alright, next song. Empty Square. Yeah, I got it. At first I thought something about heralds, but I got it. Okay, very epic. Kind of reminds me of Wildstar. I like this video, one of the first I watched. Nice. Oh, none of those changed, I don't think. And I can't think of any new ones that would be worth making a new video about. It's all the same stuff. People use the same stuff and keep developing the same stuff. Like, there might be 1 or 2 new ones, but yeah, I can't even think of them right now, and I don't think it's worth making a new video about. You could try, for PoE 2, it's Exile Exchange 2 is the trade macro. It's the same as Awaken PoE trade. It's called Exile Exchange 2, but otherwise it's exactly the same. Yeah. What's up, Binkus? Okay, that's a bit much. Next, Fish in a Barrel. Jesus. Check the price of Homo in Alva. Okay. Sure. Homogenizing. Exaltation. It's 3 div. That's not too bad. Right? Could buy 100 of those. Just so we have some stored ones. Is it even possible to complete Hall of Grandmaster? Yes, it is possible. Wait, why is it remove only? Did the Beast League end? I'm on standard? What? It's over. What the fuck? Jesus. Okay, I see. League ended yesterday. I see. Okay, next. Yeah. Oh my god, cursed tabs. This was before async. Actual unlike cell tabs. What are you thinking of league starting? Nothing. My brain is empty. I have no thoughts. Next song. Emptyrian Gaming. Exactly. I will probably play Ritualist. If I'll be the MF in the party, then it'll probably be Ritualist. And then we can have why do you have 3 rings back in the questions again. Okay. Why do you have 3 rings? Where's the mushroom? It's here. Nice, we're good. Oh my god, I need to collect multiple mushrooms. It used to be possible to get 2, but now you can't. You can only get 1 because there's no more cruel difficulty. Why do you have 6 jewels? Is there a belt with sockets yet in this game? Like actual sockets that where you can put jewels? 22% movement speed belt. Okay, so far this Gears of War soundtrack is not very impressive. Ooh. Spooky.
I need a moment to prepare.
This ability is actually gonna be really good next league. It's actually gonna last way longer than before, right? It's like it's gonna be 2-minute buff, 2-minute at Anta buff. Naked druids. Yeah. Oh my god, the tablets. Titan bear. Yeah. Oh, this tab is so empty. Where's my not remove only tab? Here. It's time to render the video. Oh my god. What a behemoth of a video, guys. The stack deck video is almost ready. Except for rendering and thumbnail. Holy shit. It did manage to fit for under an hour, actually. It's good. $116 clips / recordings. Yeah, it's close to 52 minutes. Okay. 53. Mark talked about chaos being underwhelming, saying they might add an ailment to it. Okay. I don't know what it would be called. I don't know. That song was Miserable Wretches from Gears of War soundtrack. I'm going through the soundtrack. So far I've only grabbed one song. It's a bit too intense. Stay in the light. Okay. Chap's gas station. Like an ailment that damages enemies over time. Yeah, like a chaotic ailment that poison that makes them take damage over time. Some sort of like a venom. Something like that. Yeah. And it proliferates. Bleach OST. Okay, let me add it to the list. We'll get to it in a few months. Bleach. Thank you. I wrote it down. there's a couple of other games to get to before we get there. Okay, no, this is too... It's an anime. Alright, let me quickly remove that from the list then. Okay. Decay Pool. Jesus. It's a good anime. Okay, then we're definitely not adding it to the list. Yeah. Rimworld is already on the playlist. Okay. Kingdom of Deliverance. Isn't it Kingdom Come Deliverance? Kingdom of Deliverance 2. Alright. Yeah, it's game soundtracks only, guys. It's game soundtracks only. The video open card done and post in YouTube. No, it's getting rendered right now as we speak. It is Kingdom Come Deliverance. Alright. Yeah, this whole soundtrack is like super intense. Peppy Meltdown. Yeah, Pillars of Eternity is already there. Celeste I already gone through. Expedition I already gone through. Transistor already gone through. Elden Ring already gone through. Guys, it's very unlikely that you recommend something that is not on the list right now, just like this, but I mean, it's possible. I'm not looking for recommendations right now. We have literally hundreds of hours of game soundtracks to go through already on the list. So if we run out, I will ask for more recommendations. For now, we're good. We are currently on Gears of War 1, then Gears of War 2, then 3, then 4, then Far Cry, then Neon White, then Dune, then the Maple Story, then Golden Sun, then Helldivers 2, then Endless Legend. This is already more than a week of streaming this every single day for 6 hours a day, okay? And then there is this much more, okay? So whatever you recommend now, I'm gonna get to it in like next year, okay? Just chill. I appreciate the recommendations, but it's too much, okay? I can't. I have also already have 3 days of soundtrack, 3.5 days of soundtracks on the playlist. Sorry, 3.1 days, 1,466 songs. So whatever you're recommending, I might have already added to the playlist, or have already gone through and decided not to add, or it's on this list. Okay, so we're good. Chill. Just enjoy the listening. Okay. Thank you, Mozab. Locust, Wretches, and Krill. Actually, I just thought of something. Dishonored, is that on the list yet? Maybe that's his school soundtrack. Dishonored 1 and 2. No. Okay, so far this Gears of War is not it. Next. But we're not even halfway through the first Gears of War. Already done, Helium. Ultra kill. Isn't it ultra kill? I'll put it here. Okay, now. Phoenix Estate. It's ultra kill, but it's a bit dank. Okay. Okay, now it's 2. Okay, let's. I mean, we got 2 songs from Gears of War so far. Maybe the later ones are a bit higher production quality, and then. Cause I don't mind this sometimes, you know, like some intense stuff like that, but it's also like kind of old and lower quality. Hidden lab. Yeah, I mean, if I see something that I haven't added yet, I can add it, but like, I'm not saying I'm looking for more. It's clearly a lot. Assassin's Creed, there's a million stuff there, like there's a million games. But if I see some that I've already added or went through, I'm not gonna respond to every single one, because it's just like an never-ending loop of, you know, like Warframe, Subnautica, all of those, like I already done. So, yeah. Oh, okay, this is kind of spooky. What would you do if they added wall side areas to PoE 2? I would try them out and form my opinion based on my play experience. What else could I do? What would you add if they added some new content to the game? I would try it out. Oh, okay, I like this one. This is spooky. Hidden lab. Alright, running with boomers. What? Yeah, we did Pristine Tale, I think. We actually already done Pristine Tale. Like, it's already checked. Yep. Jesus. Okay, is all of this so intense? Hey, Thomas. Okay, we're almost halfway through Gears of War, guys. Okay, 30 seconds of downtime. Next song. Trainwreck. There is no link to the playlist. I am hand-picking songs out of games for the last 10 years. And it's not available on any one platform. I guess they're generally all on YouTube, but like, yeah. I started this before music was on YouTube like that. Try OST of K anime. No. No. Alright. Chrono Trigger is already on. StarCraft 2 is already on. Guys, I am not looking for recommendations. Hello. There's way too many. Okay? Does Excellent C work for PoE 2? No. Risk of Raid 2? No. This happens every time. This will keep happening, of course. I mean, I have the list on screen, so people are going to recommend, but... Should I make a command for this? Or what? I don't know. Expedition 33. Oh, wait, this includes Gears of War 2 as well. The same playlist. Okay, so this 55 songs is actually Gears of War and Gears of War 2. Okay, here we go. First Gears of War 2 song. Okay, we made it. We made it to Gears of War 2, guys. GG. Not a monk. Yeah, I've already gone through Risk of Rain. Didn't like it. Didn't add anything. Or maybe one song? I don't know. I'm really picky. Yeah, like some of this intense stuff, it's like Crisis 3 kind of. It could be like nice during some intense mapping. Metin is copyrighted. I tried to get Metin stuff, so it has a lot of Turkish fans. It got tinged on YouTube, so I can't use that. Spiritfarer. Never heard of it. Divinity Original Sin is on the playlist. Age of Mythology is already on the playlist. Okay, next. Hope Runs Deep. The Long Dark. Factorio, sure. I think we already checked that, but... Gothic 2. The Long Bark. Woof. What? Okay. It took like a minute and a half to get started on this track, but... There's nothing like Excellency for PoE 2. I don't think so. There probably is, but I don't know what it is. I don't use anything. Okay, this is a banger. Fuck the removal it. Just forget about him and play League. Don't ever worry about Standard. I don't know. Alright, this is a good one. Next song. Green as Grass. 2-minute 30 song. Let's see. Hey Techniby. Just trying to understand a bit more about PoE. I was playing SSF and it seems to drop more items. Is that normal? No. SSF and non-SSF drops the same amount of items. You can create an SSF and transfer. So if you feel like it drops items, perception is reality. So if that's how you feel like, then just go SSF, farm a lot of loot, and then transfer over to Trade League. You can do that. It does not drop more items. But if you feel like it does, then maybe it does for you. And just, you know, take advantage of that. Neo. I mean, it is, right? Like, if you feel like you're cold, then you are cold. Even if your body temp is normal or if nothing is out of the ordinary, right? If you feel cold, then it is cold for you. He's starting to believe. There's no loot boost in SSF in this game, like in Last Epoch when you do the, not the SSF, but it's called what is it called? The Merchant's Guild, not the Merchant's Guild, the other one. Circle of Fortune. So are your league starting Druid? No. But maybe we'll play some bears. You don't have to be a druid to play a bear or a dragon or a wyvern or whatever. I hope we can do some 6-man bear stuff at the start, yeah. Okay, what did we think about this song? For the last like 2.5 minutes? It did like a nice build up. I think it's nice. Yeah. All right. Let's edit. Next. Yeah, it was like very close. I was very close to not adding. All right, next. Expectations. 2-minute song. Be too intense. Okay, wait, I gotta go back now. It had like a nice, yeah, like spooky build up. Like this. We're like 50 seconds in already. And now it kind of starts being somewhat intense. Now we're like halfway. And then it builds up to like 2 minutes and then it's like chill again. I think it's nice. All right, next. Expectations. I love music where anime girls sing me weird stuff that I don't understand, so I am not an expert. That's great. She's gonna tell you that everything is okay. This is nice, this is nice. Am I, when I'm talking, is the music so loud that you like can't understand what I'm saying? I know it's louder than usual, but I'm trying to listen to these like properly so I can make a decision whether or not to add it to the playlist. Am I still like audible? I know the music is like louder than usual, but it's good, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's not, this is not gonna be normal intense music volume while we're like playing, of course. Jesus, okay, this one is way too intense. But then it's over. No, that's fine. This is like a little intense snippets, you know? Alright, next. Finally a lead. Finally a lead. Yeah, I mean, we're not making any videos right now. This is the whole point of today's stream is to continue expanding our minds with more music. Expanding the playlist, maybe watch some of the Q&A from Try and Jonathan, and maybe watch the stack deck video when it's out. I don't know. Yeah. It's out soon. I don't know about soon, but maybe in like an hour or two max. We'll see. Whenever it's ready. Okay, this one, no. Armored Prayer. That's pretty soon, I guess, yeah. Okay. I think Need for Speed Underground licensed some songs. No, not feeling this one. Alright, 20 more songs and then we're done with Gears of War. I think I'm moving Gears of War down the list. Because we just did 1 and 2, just so we can get some variety in and we get some other games. So we'll go Far Cry 5 next. I like this. Okay, maybe it's also too intense. Okay, no. Derek Chase. Not sure if you're taking recommendations, but the Undertale soundtrack. I've already went through Undertale and didn't like it, and Minecraft is already on the playlist. Some of Minecraft from C418. Yeah. Crusader King 2. Sure. You can suggest, yeah. I'm not looking for suggestions because this is already months of work of going through all of this. But, you know, you can always suggest. Okay, next. Like, some of these games have like 5 hours of soundtrack or, you know, multiple hours of soundtrack. So, and we only do this like before League starts, like for a session or two, and then I do some off stream here and there. I feel like Elden Ring boss fights were way too intense for what I'm looking for vibes. Near, no. Why don't migrate my currency from Abyss and Standard? You probably have remove only tabs hidden. You need to show remove only tabs. All of the migration comes in remove only tabs. Expedition 33 is already on the playlist. Just because it's not on here on this list doesn't mean that it's not anywhere. This is stuff that I haven't checked yet. Expedition 33 I've already checked. Maybe I should write this here. So this is not... This is just stuff I have... You should be able to read that as a context clue, right? Okay. Whatever. Next. Hell breaks loose. Surely this won't be too intense. Faster Than Light is already on the playlist. Or like 2 or 3 songs from it at least that I handpicked. Once again, you are 10 years late to recommending, okay? There is possible that there's games that are not here, but I already have a playlist of 1,466 songs that I have built over 10 years. Alright, next. Anime openings list when? Never. Those are all gonna be copyrighted and not safe for YouTube / YouTube streaming. I'll update that command actually, because they're not up to date, and they're never gonna be up to date. That was just someone who rebuilt it from an Excel sheet. Playlist. These are not up to date. And never will be. Okay. No. Okay. I'll write it down. Elden Ring Night Rain. I have one song from Elden Ring, and it's the deer fight, when you fight the deer on that underground cave. You found your currency? Nice. Yeah. So every time a league ends, every tab that you had in the league goes to standard and becomes a remove only tab. So obviously, if you bought a stash tab, they're not gonna keep doubling that stash tab forever, but it will always be there as a remove only tab until you clean it out. And then now this is empty, so once I zone, this tab is gonna be deleted, right? So that's how they do merges always, from league to league or league to standard. Subnautica is on the playlist already and has been for years. Love from Romania, nice. Alright, almost done with Gears of War 2. 13 more songs. I have a question, is there any unique in PoE 2 that gives convert fizz to light or gain as extra light? I have no idea. that's a PoB question. There's probably a list of all uniques there you can search. Racing to Extinction. I did finish Elden Ring, yeah. Which ending? I don't know, I killed the big celestial fish god. Is there multiple endings? Probably. I killed it. What's... Yeah, Civ is on here, but there's a lot of Civ games, so I put it pretty far down. It's just... There's multiple Civs, right? What's the plan for today? Continue working on the playlists. Maybe listen to some of the Q&A from GGG. Not Q&A, the interview with Talkative Try. And maybe watch the Stack Deck video. That's coming out soon. TM. Elden Lord ending is the default. Yeah, then that's what I got, I guess. Yeah. I don't remember the cinematic, but I think all of my Elden Ring VODs are on Twitch. So if you can find the end, you can see what I got. I think I highlighted all of those. Unless Twitch deleted them because time. First playthrough 4 years ago. Day 12. Oh, I'm already fighting the Malena, Maid of Blade of Mikola. I think I did that after I finished the game though. Oh, this dragon was crazy. Is this the dragon that like lands from the... Oh my god, this is in my old apartment still. Holy shit. Is this already like past? Did I finish in another day and now I just went back to fight a bunch of other bosses? Day 11 is probably here. Blade of Mikola. Oh, that looks right. Uh-huh. There you go. Lilith was here, and you were here. Hairpig, you're right here in chat. I can see you. 4 years. Well, there you go. What's the movie, or what's the... does this answer your question? This. Together. Space Rangers 2. I don't know. At this point, this list is so long that if you might recommend something and it might be here. I just don't know, so, you know. Okay, the song. Okay, we got some decision making. Order of appearance. It's order of appearance. It has to be, I think. I think we already did Monster Hunter. At least we did some Monster Hunter. Yes, we did Monster Hunter World and the Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah. Thunderscape. Perfect world. Okay. Yes, we did Expedition 33. Yes, Divinity 2 is on the playlist. Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done with Gears of War. Gears of War and 2. Yes, Destiny 2 is done. I think that was already... Okay. Next up, Far Cry 5. Let's check it out. See if that's even safe. Oh, they have radio songs. Oh shit, that's gotta be copyrighted, right? Or? Yeah, that's gotta be choir version. Oh. Hello? Okay, that tab is dead. Alright, Far Cry 5 original soundtrack. Here we go. Okay. I'll come back in a year to check if you like that. Yeah. Alright. I played Far Cry 5 with Cute Dog on stream. I think we duoed the game. We streamed it a few years ago, whenever it came out. A little bit after it came out. Yeah. Ages ago. Oh, this is some nice song. Alright, this is in. Next. Okay, 10 seconds of silence. Can we... Okay, 30-second build-up to what? Okay, no. Next. Fighting music. Battle Forge. We'll never get to these guys. I didn't like it. I checked. Last year, I think. Oh shit. This should be on the screen. It should say Far Cry 5. Steam. No, I don't think so. Not the vibe. Can't be touched or be seen. No. Okay. Risk of Rain 2? Nope. Already checked. Didn't like it. What are you planning to play in 0.4? Path of Exile 2. Ritualist. Is there any link to that list? No. It's a notepad. And these are just the things that I will check and handpick some tracks out of if I like it. And check if they are safe for stream. What do you use for music? iTunes. Fable. Sure, can write it down. Okay, this is pretty spooky. Yeah, I like this. Why Ritualist? So that I can have 3 rings. Okay, next. Cyberpunk? No. No, not this. How many apothecaries? No spoilers. You can watch the video when it's out. Oh, this is chill. Listen, look, I can have 3 rings and I can ritual sacrifice a rare monster and steal its modifiers. That's crazy. Okay, this one was chill, but it's very short. The Vault Siphoner I think would be cool for Ritualist. Adds a kill threshold to a corrupted rare jewelry item. When a threshold is met, siphons a random modifier and improves the numeric values of other modifiers. Yeah. Roa is just as good as before. Ish. Okay, not this song. Yes, I did. Viper Cap really nerfed? Yes. You can't have it all the time. It has to be at least 1 mob around you, which means like it will still work on a boss. Okay, this song is nice. You cannot trust a liar. Okay. Yep, Age of Mythology is already on the playlist. I can't. Okay, let's make a command. What's the command, guys? Exclamation mark music or music? Not looking for recommendations. Whatever you will recommend is 90% chance already on the playlist or is checked, but I decided not to include it, or is on the list of game OSTs to check. If I need more recommendations, I will delete this command. Alright, and we'll just do exclamation mark music. Okay. There you go. Okay. Wait, what was this previous? Yeah, we added cannot trust a liar. Okay. No, not this. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Next. Bold and brave. What about the Veer? What is it? Okay, next. If the nightmare lasts forever. Okay, no. Oh, okay, this is chill. Step into the garden, maybe. Give this a chance. We got 3 songs so far out of Far Cry 5, out of 16. I love finding some third-party short about MP, and in the comments, it's like, I can't believe this guy is backed by TFT and no one is doing something about it. Third-party short? Backed by TFT. What does that even mean? Cube World? Isn't that on this list already? No. Alright, let's add Cube World. End League without context. Oh shit. Okay, can you link me that channel on Discord? I'll look into it after stream. It's time for the copyright strikes. Oh, this is chill. Safe and sound. Just doom scrolling, I see. Are you guys go grouping? We are go. We are a go. Jesus. Is it even possible to end a League project in an unfinished game? Yeah. We did Project Movement Speed and Project Energy Shield so far as End League projects. Yeah. What kind of music is it? When you have that intense drops you listen to in some videos on YouTube I watched. Probably drum and bass is what you have in mind, or more specifically Neurofunk drum and bass. Or jump up, or yeah. Do we have an ETA for the 1 million div vid? Probably under an hour, maybe under 2 hours for sure, I would say. Bet it felt underwhelming? I don't know, people seem to like those. The Energy Shield video has 164k views and received very good feedback. Some of the most liked videos on the channel. This is some of the End League projects. 440 comments. And then what about the movement speed one? 300,000 views. Buddy, 2 project movements. Yeah. 6,400 likes. Yeah? No? I don't think these were underwhelming. It's just because the game lacks content. You can still come up with cool stuff. Pretty basic. Just go fast, big number, energy shield and stuff. When the morning light shines in. That's nice. Okay. Hell yeah. Next. Alright, we're adding that. Okay, we got 5 songs from Far Cry 5. Not bad. There's 10 more songs to check. Okay, 1 minute downtime. Next song. Okay, another 1 minute downtime. Deep scroll way too much. You need to stop doing that. It's not healthy. It's like fast food, but for your brain. Don't do it. Just don't consume short form video content at all if you can help it. If you have to, you know, when there's not enough time, like you're on the bus or whatever, and there's nothing else to watch, like okay, sure, but like when you have access to like goods, when you can do anything else, don't do it. It's like eating fast food. It's not good. Yeah, click the 3 dots. Recommend less shorts until they're almost gone. And then don't click them. Okay, what is this? Like, there's no point listing more end leak stuff. End leak stuff. Point listing more end leak stuff. End leak stuff. We have 38 mirrors, 10k devs, like 10k devs. Like, and that's the clip. Someone like stole that. ARPG clips. What are you doing? AI generated subtitles and everything. All right, let's send him a sternly written email after the stream. Jesus Christ, at least use good clips. Like, what are you doing? All right, next song. Thank you. Okay, next. Yeah, ISO. And the leak stuff. 10k devs. 10k developers. Okay, no. Yeah, like what a shit clip to steal. At least I don't know. At least some channels stole good clips, but this is like this is just me like no, we don't need more end lake stuff. We have too much currency. Like that's the clip. And then the subtitle says end leak stuff. Like what the fuck is end leak stuff? No. Okay, 30 seconds of downtime. Next song. Read the comments on that short. I did, unfortunately. What job did you do before this? Do you think you'll ever go back to a job like that? Hell no. I was doing affiliate marketing with a few friends. We basically built like a shadow business for like a year and a half, running some automated ads basically. And then before that, like some random university jobs or whatever. Like I spent the summer in a pharmaceutical warehouse, like, you know, stocking orders, you know, pushing the cart, grabbing boxes, whatever, boring stuff, and some random like student jobs, you know. Okay, this one's not too bad. shadow business with the boys. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, maybe not this song. ARPGs clips. Whose clips are these? They are ARPGs. They are ARPGs is. Why? ARP, Jesus. Okay, no, not this song. Alright, 3 more songs and we're done with Far Cry 3. And then we can move on. Actually, maybe coffee time first. If your playlist could only have music from 3 games, which would you pick? World of Warcraft. Maybe I would... Can I say Path of Exile? Because that can have Path of Exile 1 and 2, which will both continue to develop and add more music. Ooh, Guild Wars has a lot too. I really like Guild Wars as well. But there's nothing new that's coming from there. It's really hard to pick a top 3. Top 5, I would pick Guild Wars. WoW, Path of Exile. Path of Exile 1 and 2, I guess, if that works. Terraria and recently Hogwarts Legacy I've really liked, but it's not that many songs. It's really hard to pick a top 3. I don't know. Ragnarok. Yeah, Ragnarok has a lot of bangers and they're kind of different. Yeah, sure. Baldur's Gate 3? No, I wouldn't be on my top 3. Probably not even top 5. They're good, but yeah. It's really good. It's top 10 for sure. But yeah, there's too many on my playlist now already, and I really like them all, so... Oh, this is cute. Final Fantasy are all tinging. I tried to go through Final Fantasy 7 and 9 on stream, and all of those songs got tinged for YouTube, so I can't use any Final Fantasy stuff. Death Stranding? No. GTA is also a thing. Oh, okay. 1 minute in, it begins. It's the 2-minute song. Last song from Far Cry 5. Jesus. Are you done with stack decks? Yeah. I have Diablo 3 already on, yeah. Metin got tinged, so can't use Metin. Okay, now this is too intense. Alright. 5 songs from Far Cry 5 out of 31. That's not too bad. A 6th of the songs. Okay. Nice. Far Cry 5 done. Next up, Neon White. But first, it's probably coffee time. I'll put some of the regular playlist on, and then we'll grab a coffee. See how the video is doing. Just leave it here, I guess. Okay, guys, we got good fika. Okay, I went to the good bakery today because it actually wasn't raining today, and I got an artisanal cinnamon bun. Oh my god, it looks perfect. It looks handcrafted. Look at that. It looks so good. And I got my popcorn coffee. Another day, another pain au chocolat. No, it's cinnamon bun today. It probably is handcrafted. I don't actually know. Probably not. I don't know. Okay, nice. Let's go back and next next playlist, neon white soundtrack. Marvel Rivals. Okay, neon white OST. There we go. 51 videos. Jesus. Okay. Let's put it on screen. Alright, and let's try this. Try this thing. Yeah. That's pretty good. Pretty sweet. Soft inside. I think I had Destiny 2 soundtrack on at some point, but I don't know if it got tinged or what, but I removed it at some point, so there was probably some issues with it. Program is Sectex? Yeah. Okay, this is a bit too hyper, I think. I'll go through a couple, and if they're all like this, then we're moving on. Any popcorn coffee enjoyers? Yeah, of course. Heroes has been on my playlist for like 10 years. Like, many years. No. Ball X bit. No. This is not our vibe. A leak start in mind. Ritualist. Oh, Cloud9. I am on Cloud9 drinking this coffee. Dude, Oatly has such good packaging. Here's the popcorn. Here's the popcorn coffee. Game changer, revolutionary, life-altering, paradigm-shifting. Just so you know, we're none of the above. We're just a really, really good oat drink. If you're not into the concept of oat drink, then we're going to taste like a boring oat drink. But if you are into the concept of an oat drink, then we are going to taste like a really, really great oat drink, because we are the ones who made the first oat drink 25 years ago in the south of Sweden, when it was uncool to be making an oat drink. And we have been improving the way we turn kernel of oats into liquid while keeping all the nourishment intact ever since. So if you happen to be shopping for groceries someday and stumble upon this package, please feel free to try one. Just don't expect to be blown away with a reality-defying adjective, because honestly, we're just an oat drink. Dude, their packaging always has some funny stuff on it. Just add coffee or ice or both. Not sponsored, by the way, obviously. Not that you would think that I would get an Oatly sponsor. That'd be sick. Expectations tempered. Yeah. Hey Chuck, what's up? Hazelnut Oatly? Yo, I need to try that. That sounds good. Maybe I'll buy that next. How does that look? Just so I know what to look out for. Hazelnut Oatly. Oh, it's... No, this is Oddly Good. That's not Oatly. Or is Oddly Good and Oatly a sub-brand? Hazelnut Barista Oat Drink. Is it this? Okay, neon white is not our vibe, guys. What's the best oat drink for coffee? I like Oatly. And also... oh no, what is it called? There's another one. That's what I usually get in Hungary. The package says not milk. As in N-O-T, like not milk. Ooh, I forgot. All Pro. Yeah, it's All Pro. Yeah, this is a little insane cat music. I've not tried the caramel one. Oh. I tried the popcorn one and it's really good. Which is cursed, but you know. I stopped drinking milk after oats. Same. I haven't drank milk in, I don't know, probably 4 years at this point. I mean, if it's in something, then whatever. But as in, like, I haven't bought actual milk. Just like oats, better. Bossin. Okay, we gave it 10 songs. Are they all like this? I eat oats every morning, but I don't like oat milk and coffee. That's fair. Alright, we're giving up on Neon White. Next, Dune Awakening. Let's see, is this an RTS? 27 songs. Nice. It's an MMO-like. Okay. Well, I really like Dune soundtrack, but that's Hans Zimmer. Dune. Okay. What's your plan for today's stream? continue updating my playlist. Maybe listen to some of the Q&A from GGG. Not Q&A, the interview with Try. And probably watch the stack deck video when it comes out. Damn. Okay. That's a good start. That's a good first song. And that's it. It's like 1:30. Escape from Tarkov. Sure. A few weeks ago I watched both Dunes for the first time. Very cool moments. Yeah. Dude, oh my god, they are so good in IMAX. I watched both of those in IMAX in the cinemas, and it is worth it. There's not many movies that are like worth watching like that, in my opinion. Of course, it's my subjective opinion, but goddamn, those movies are phenomenal on the big screen and good sound quality and everything. Which one? Dune 1 and 2. Can't wait for the third one. They look and sound so good. It was almost a religious experience in IMAX. Yep, exactly. Holy shit, when the this is gonna get tinged. But when they land in the first movie, when they land on the planet to have that meeting, you know, and like the ship comes down and then they walk and stuff. This part is gonna get tinged for the YouTube stream. I'm gonna have to fix that, but which one is that? This, and then this song plays. This one. God damn, that is epic. The walls were like shaking with the bass here. I remember. That was so good. Okay, anyway. Let's see. How about the game? Does it have also nice music? Doing Sanctum with this stuff. Yeah. Join late to the party. What was the purpose of all the deck stacking? Nothing other than just to say we've opened 1 million stack decks, because that's kind of cool. It's a big number. No risk of rain. And I mean, of course, it's data collection for a lot of the rare cards. It's hard to get data. You know, people open like 10,000 and they don't find a single House of Mirrors. Then people open like 20,000 and they don't find a single House of Mirrors. So like, you know, it's hard to collect data for the rarest cards. So it's some data collection, some fun, some community effort of all the streamers coming together. opening some stack decks with us. Yeah. Dude, if you're really into like the movie soundtrack stuff and Hans Zimmer Dune, there is 2 videos with him. One for the first one. I recommend both of these videos. This guy is an absolute legend. You should watch this. There's one for this and then one for part 2. Filmed by this guy's. Yeah, recommend, heavily recommend both of these videos. Just save it or something. The way he like thinks about music and stuff, it's like fascinating. Okay, this is kind of chill, actually. What do we think about this song? It's been 3 minutes. I have not like noticed it, you know. I have not thought it's like too much or annoying or anything. It's been like kind of chill background. Yeah, it's not in the way. It makes sense. Oh, if that makes sense. Yeah. It doesn't take the foreground. Okay, sure. Let's say add. So far, 2 out of 2. Wait. All right, next one. Breath of Shai Hulud. Wait, why does it say original motion picture soundtrack? Are they actually using the? No, they're not. Music by Knut Avenstrup Hogan. Okay, so no, it's not the movie. Giving shots to these? What does that mean? I am really picky when it comes to like building my playlist, and this is how so anytime you join my stream and there was some some game soundtrack playing, it went through this process. I pick a game, you know, currently Dune Awakening. I will listen to the whole soundtrack, unless if it's like the previous game. I pull up the whole soundtrack and we go through every song, and if I go through like 10 or 15 songs and there's nothing that I like, then I just skip and go next game. And then we go through every song, and if I like something, I add it, and then it's usually like 10 to 50% of a soundtrack, if I like it, gets added, and then we move on to the next game. So every song on my playlist has been through this, and that's why I handpicked it. Zimmer and Williams are probably the best movie composers we've had, probably ever will, for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, there was some story of Hans Zimmer getting picked for some early soundtrack where he didn't have this like big repertoire built yet or whatever, but he was already like a pretty big name composer, and then he was like getting reached out for some big movie by some big director, and then they were like, you know, we want you for this movie soundtrack, and he was like super humble. He's like, no, I can't. I'm not good enough, or like, you know, I can't yet. I can't do this yet. You know, like I'm not ready, or like I'm not good enough for this. And then the response he got from the director was like, he was like, yeah, I know, but everyone else, or like no one else can do this, or like, but everyone else is dead. Like all the older, I guess, composers for older movies or whatever, like they're like out of commission. So you're up next, buddy. I don't know which movie that was, but I thought that was a cool story. Tekken. I have not. I would be surprised if that would work for me, but I will see. Tekken. Write it down. Ragnarok Online is on the playlist already. Okay. Okay, chat, what do you think about this thumbnail for the stack deck video? What do we think? It has the Faustus in the background. It has the letters. I think 1 million with the letters is better. We could do numbers like 1 space 000 space 000. I think million typed out looks better. Would you click this, chat, if you've seen this, if this popped up on your YouTube feed, would you click this? I don't think we need to clickbait this. 1 million alone is already like interesting enough, I think, but some people won't know how to read a million. But yeah, maybe they would think it's 100,000 or whatever. I think million has to be emphasized here. So that's pretty big. I'm clicking it regardless. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can. That's the title. We can put whatever in the title, like opening 1 million stack decks with the Path of Exile community or something. Okay, I kind of didn't listen to this song, so I don't know. It's been 4 minutes with this whole song played, and I have no recollection of it at all. Let's go back. Yeah, that's kind of chill desert stuff. What, like 10 to the power of no? I mean, this is chill though. It's good ambience. Yeah, and then it had this little cerebral part at the end with the little. Yeah, I think this is nice. I think this is nice. Alright, next. League of Legends. Pentakill. Okay. Okay. Oh, songs. Okay. No, we're not doing that then. We opened 1 mega dex. It's a little too much synth here. No. Next. Okay. Wow. You can add a Monopoly guy top hat to your picture in the thumbnail. Why? Jesus Christo. Okay, next. Into Arakeen. Okay, I mean the video is ready. We could just send it. Welcome. Opening 1 million stack decks with the Path of Exile community. Maybe? Does that work for a title? Is that too boring? I'm used to PoE. If I'm running solo, how do you accumulate currencies to invest for big juicing strats? You just play the game and then you spend some currency on your character and then you spend some currency on the strats that you do. You spend it on the map so that they're juicier. just opening 1 mil. Oh shit, this song is nice. This is epic. Nice. Okay, is it too much to add with the Path of Exile community? Because I wanna somehow include the fact that, you know, other streamers joined. But I guess as long as people click the video, they will see that. But would more people click the video if they knew that beforehand? I guess I don't think so, because it's only me on the thumbnail anyway. And what, with streamers? That's also not great. One shot. Is that a game? It has to be a game. For sure more people will click. How do we... Okay, opening 1 million stack decks with streamers. With guest streamers. With a bunch of streamers. Watch till the end. Fuck no. Death's Door. Gone sexual. Featuring streamers who stream. Do you think 20 streamers will fit in the fucking title? Are you crazy? Okay. Oh my god, you guys are so far behind on the YouTube title game. This is not good to brainstorm with chat. People are suggesting like YouTube clickbait from like 2014. But shit, gone sexual, you won't believe what happens next. None of that shit is meta right now. GPT is not great at this. We tried that before. It's not good. Yeah, I'm trying to include the streamer part, but I don't know how. Also, we opened is better. Yeah, we opened instead of opening. Right now what I have is we opened 1 million stack decks with the Path of Exile community. I think that's fine. We could do PoE community, but PoE is the title already has PoE because we use PoE and the number of for the video. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. That's not too long. It's 77 out of 100 characters. I think that's fine. Can you include 6-7 somewhere? No. Right, all the links are in the description for every streamer. Timestamps. We have intro and explanation, highlights, final cards and conclusion, statistics, div per hour, shoutouts, and outro. Okay. Captain Lance 9. This is what we got. Yeah. Okay, wait. I music? Oh my god, is my browser like crashing? Dude. Why? Okay, can we go back? Yeah, there we go, Transcendence. Okay. I think it's ready. Maybe I comment something. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm adding the link in the description. Spreadsheet. Okay. And then what am I commenting? Okay. Okay. Typing, sorry. Actually, I also got the rarest card sneaked by us. I'll just comment it, and then people who wanna get spoiled, I guess, can read the comments. Okay, this track is sick. Transcendence. Nice. Okay, thank you, Hamburger. Alright, should we watch it? Should we watch this tactic video on stream? When it's out, which is now. I think I've never done that. Or I think I've done that like once or twice maybe. But we could do a watch party, I guess. It's an hour long. It's 53 minutes. But if you guys are here watching, you better click the video and like it, okay? Because we're gonna lose 600 viewers, okay? It's okay.
Classic treasures.
Imple, imple, imple.
Okay. There is power in this object. Thank you, Calixtus. Alright, I'm commenting. I don't know what else to comment. That's it. I'm sending it. Public. Done. Playlist.
Will you visit the
PoE.
pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island?
Big videos. And league projects. Done. And... I'm sending it. Boom. It's out. It cannot be stopped anymore. Post jump. Let's put it on the front page also. Home tab. Change video. Boom. Alright. It's time. I'll link it to Bazooka just to let him know it's out. Yo, Stacked Deck is out. Gonna watch it on stream. He's listening to some music. Okay, whatever. I can't listen to. Okay. Is it out? Where is it? Also, we need to go React cam, maybe like this. So we're not in the way. Okay. Guys, why is my channel not refreshing? My channel is gone. It's dead. There we go. 4 views. First. Alright, guys. See you in 53 minutes. If you don't want to watch this, we'll be back to music after, I guess. Alright. Good luck. Welcome, everyone, to opening 1 million stack decks. What the hell is going on? We have set out on a journey to open exactly 1 million stack decks. They are here. This is 960k almost. And the rest of them are here in my stash. And this is going to be a massive undertaking. Unfortunately, as always with these End League projects, we always run into tech issues. And we are always limited by the technology of our time. This time, it's rate limiting. No matter how many people are here, there is a rate limit for how many things you can do in an instance, and that includes opening stack decks. So even though we have 6 people here, if everyone starts spam opening, people run into the operation cannot be completed rate limit issue, and the action doesn't happen. So even though we could open them a lot faster, if we all want to be here together as one happy family, which we kind of do, we can't spam as fast as we could if we just split up. So we're going to start with being together as 6 players. There's going to be 4 people opening at all times and 2 people looting. Bazooka is looting nothing but Reign of Chaos. Reign of Chaos is the highest weighting card. It's going to be the most common one. There's going to be tens of thousands of them. So he's going to be looting those. I'm going to be looting the top 15% of cards, which is 150,000 cards. So otherwise known as 300,000 clicks, because I also have to stash them, of course. So there was an idea of looting all of them, but that idea is far, far out the window because storage issues. Not only time, there is only a limited time in the world. Looting 1 million cards with 2 million clicks will destroy everyone's wrists and, most importantly, everyone's stash. The card tab has a limitation, the same limitation as the currency tab does. A card can only stack up to 5,000. So eventually, stuff like Reign of Chaos, Doppelganger, all the common cards are gonna be 5,000. And 10,000 and 20,000 and 30,000, and then you need 6 card tabs to store them. We don't have that, and also we don't have the time to loot every single card. So what we're gonna do is gonna loot the top 15% of cards and loot the most common card for data. Now, I have reached out to over 30 streamers, and during this process, at any point, any of them can message me and just jump in, join up, get an inventory, open it up, you know, have some fun with the community, get some things, get some cool cards, and then hop out and make room for someone else. We spent a few hours on making a filter with some funny sounds. I have like 15 different categories of high tier cards that have their own sounds, from legendary PoE related clips or PoE NPC sound packs or stuff like that. So there's gonna be some funny sounds, hopefully. I think that's enough yapping. We gotta get started. Thankfully, I didn't need to buy 14 currency tabs to store these stack decks because I can just buy them on Faustus and then have them sit here. So we have 300k stacks just sitting here.
The battle
so
rods are
I
coming.
can start distributing them now. And then the opening begins. So first we'll be here as 6 players, opening all in this one instance. If the rate limiting is too annoying for the openers, so later on we might split into 2 instances of 2 people opening in each, and then Bazooka and me jumping in between those instances to loot the cards. Oh my god, I'm yapping so much.
I'm trading this an inventory, and we all start, okay?
Good luck. Go,
Oh
go,
god,
go.
I feel bad.
Alright,
This
guys.
is
Either gonna be
getting
based
rate
or
limited, but I think it's gonna be
It's
funny.
gonna be based and cringe. There it is, and they're off. They are all opening. Yes. And now, more is never enough is the first card that I loot.
I shouldn't even be looting that.
Alright, let's see if I can
To
keep
become a
up.
master fisherman, one thing is for certain.
Finally getting
You're going to need a
This was the
rod.
guinea pig, yeah.
You are going to need a rod. We have our first thing. It's a fishing card. That's perfect. Let's start the timer also. Yes. Okay. Baited by the first card. We don't have sounds for common cards because that would be annoying in like 5 minutes, and this will last 50 plus hours.
Everyone is giga
So,
rate
you
limited
know.
here. Look at this. He's just...
Dude, this is so slow.
Oh my god. The client is starting to hitch a little. Like if you look at my FPS,
To become a master fisherman, one thing is for certain. You're going to need a rod.
it now drops big FPS. 60 FPS if I press Alt
Oh my god, I'm looting so much garbage.
in this mess. Oh my god, there is cards everywhere.
Holy shit. The FPS drops.
I did not think this would be as cancer.
Oh guys, I have great
What is
news,
this?
terrible news. Rox just linked me her inventory. She says it's just too much if she tries to open, like then other people will get rate limited.
And
We
this was
we can't do this
this
all in
was
one
rate
spot.
getting
It
rate
has to
limited
be
like
this.
this. Nox wasn't
Oh
even
my
opening.
God. The looting,
God.
looting doesn't matter because I can keep up
Will you
because
visit the
it's
pristine
basically
beaches
only
of Fakapanu Island?
2.5, 3 people opening. Like it takes not much to loot, not much. Yeah,
I did a divine.
because we're rate limited.
I did a
Divine. Wait, I'm full. This is getting giga rate limited. I mean, everyone is, as always, limited by the technology of our time. Ziz, I'm so sorry. It's rate limiting, okay? We can't do anything about it. It's not a server issue. That's one instance where almost everyone opened. Oh, yeah, the game like hit, like just stops. There is a lot of cards on the screen. Nice. Okay, I think it's time to start splitting, guys.
Stupid fucking mistakes, man. First cheater. Okay. Okay, I'm going to the next instance. Nice. Let's go to EU.
Here in my garage, I just bought this new Lamborghini here.
Wealth and power. Here in my garage. Nice.
I did a divine.
This filter only shows Reign of Chaos. Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, 7 years. Drop somewhere. I heard it. The Demon. Fortunate. 7 years. There it is. I saw it. I heard it. Update. We are a couple of stacks in. Not much. Probably like 1 to 2% in. And the rate limiting is crazy when we're all together, even when there's 2 people in an instance. So unfortunately, we have to split to 4 different instances for the 4 different openers, and then me and Bazooka just travel. We're constant traveling salesmen, picking up the slack, picking up the cards. So Bazooka's looting the Reign of Chaos, and I am now looting the top 5% of cards. We wanted to
Goodbye.
get more. We wanted to get top 15, but it's too much. With people splitting, already with 3 instances, I couldn't keep up. It's just too much. So we are turning this category off, and we're basically looting everything that NeverSync originally showed, which is the top 5% of cards. Nothing else changes. We go. Hopefully this makes it more efficient. Hopefully we'll still hear the pipe sound. Yeah, of course. Okay, this is a well-oiled machine now. Our filter is good. I'm just warping, collecting, dumping, and next instance, warping. Nice. Perfect. Yeah. This is starting to look more and more organized.
Yeah, Excel sheet is in the description.
Nox is like just raining man right now. Just be like 10 back to back or something.
Nice. Broken promises. Alright, dumping. And then, next instance. This is going great, guys. We are multiple percents in. I don't know how much.
Dude, I suddenly got so tired. I feel like I could pass out right now.
Okay, I need to catch up now with looting. Oh, that was 7 years.
This is just so tired.
Oh! Edonda! Doctor in Esheton's instance. Nice. Is that the first doctor? At this point, this is long gone, of course. But we have to... I had this idea of, like... just having him, like, yawning and stuff, like, peppered throughout, like, the... the early parts of the highlights. He was only there for one inventory, and that inventory took so long because of the rate limiting issue. And right after that, we split off into a bunch of instances. So everything here were already split off, but like eventually, every once in a while, this comes back to, you know, like yawn from the first inventory. Let's check. It is the first doctor. Nice. Doctor. Cheater. Okay, the streamers are coming soon.
Fucking mistakes, man.
Don't worry.
Two brothers
It's not just me.
in a van, and then a meteor hit, and they ran as fast as they could.
Nice. I would say we've been efficiently opening for like an hour-ish, or maybe hour and a half, or hour and 20.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and it's been a while since I posted a video.
Yo, that's a lock card. I heard it. That's it's gonna be here. History. Nice.
I could sleep to this?
To become a master fisherman, one thing is for certain.
Where?
You're going to need a rod.
Replica Baited Breath Immortal. Yo, what a back-to-back pull from Palsteron. Holy shit.
Oh, here we go.
If you attack chickens, it can crash. Okay, bro.
Okay, bro, and
That's
he
the best
immediately
sentence
crashes.
I thought I'd never hear. Just PoE things.
Bro, what is happening?
Do not shield charge chickens,
Okay,
guys,
bro.
in King's March. It might crash your client.
Doctor? Okay, okay, not too bad. It's like two brothers making an indie game. It's like,
Yes, just as I love.
Wealth and power.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here.
Guys, there is a 7 years bad luck on the ground. Wouldn't it be tragic if my inventory filled up and then I tried to pick it up and then I couldn't pick it up because my inventory is full and then it makes the sound?
I have so much regret. Why are we on an NA server?
I'm ready.
He's ready. Alright, let's go. Marcus in.
I already tested my controller actually. I took it out.
Nice.
And it doesn't have the new feature. You cannot
wait here,
drop it on the ground.
Guys, new content. Marcus is in. He's home from work. And he's in with a level 2 character, which means that he doesn't have access to King's March. But he has access to the cool tree zone. So he can drop here. And there's also...
I just want to say, it's not a cool tree, okay? Fuck that tree. And everything about it.
Anyway, stash here, so
Continue.
this is also fine. Please don't drop like really close to the tree, because, you know,
Yeah.
protect the tree. But anywhere else is fine. Thanks. Nice. Welcome to the party.
Mega blood.
Go for a beer with Bowstrong.
I load in Mega Blood. Who was this? This was Palsteron. Nice. Price of Devotion. Hell yeah. That's the first one. That's the first Alch Mega Blood sound, I
get a
think,
divine.
that we heard. Awesome.
Do you think MP will let me do all of them if I asked? Stay here all day? I would love that.
Palsteron's out again.
During that clip, he opened 2. Look at this
All day.
stack. 9, 8,
I would love
7.
that.
Palsteron's out again. Okay.
Holy shit, the rate limiting
Refill.
was so bad.
Yup. He is vibing, guys. He's having withdrawals.
give me a little bit
Yeah,
more,
maybe.
please. MP,
parts
give me a
he's
little
happy
bit
with.
more of that,
The big
stack deck stuff.
I think
I can stop at any time.
one inventory at a time. Hit me again, dealer. Okay.
I am under the water. Please help me.
Oh, Nox got the first lake, I think. I just heard the sound. I'm coming. Guys, the lake. 1/8 of a reflecting mist.
How are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
This shit is so rare.
water.
Do we have more yet? This is the first lake. We are about 70,000 in. And this was the first lake card.
Really?
Holy
Fast.
How are
shit.
you? I am under the water.
Wait,
Please help me.
wait. She dropped another one. We just went 60k without one, and now 2 dropped within 30 seconds of each other. The Lake Seed. What? Holy shit. Okay. Guys, rare events happen all the time. If you flip enough coins, if enough people flip the coins, someone will get 10 heads in a row, right? And they won't be Jesus.
Oh my god.
This is almost done.
Guys, I have great news. I'm happy to announce. No, I crashed. I charged the chicken and I crashed.
Double Sephiroth cards.
Guessing.
Triple. Oh shit. Look at the little night. Oh.
I heard Gazzy got some things. Unrequited love. That's the first. Guys, isn't it funny that all these streamers are getting the best cards and the best things on their first 2 inventories? That's our first unrequited love, I think. Double checking. Yep. First unrequited love from Gazzy. GG, guys. Nice.
Streamer RNG for sure.
Apothecary on Marcus, number 4. Nice. Marcus found 2 of our four apothecaries. And he's only been here like less than an hour. This guy's printing.
Mega blood.
Oh. Oh, that was in rocks. I heard it. Mega blood. Price of devotion.
Mega blood.
We're showing like the first ones.
Nice. That's
Woody.
rare.
Divine.
That's so rare. How many do we have? Price of devotion. That's the second price of devotion. That shit's so rare. Rox was on Discord with us, and she was muted and then streaming her POV, and she had my filter. Because originally we all wanted to be in the same instance so that we can all see the things, but we had to split out because of the rate limiting issue. So she was streaming her POV with the filter, so we could still hear the filter sounds if she found something. And then I was in someone else's instance, so it was basically like double coverage at least. Holy. I'm so sorry. Thanks for coming.
This was nice.
Mega blood.
Yeah, guys, I dropped a bunch of good
I
cards.
heard it.
Yeah.
Insane Cat at Nox. First one. Never mind. Never mind, Rue.
This is when we got Ruin, yeah?
First Insane Cat.
After this.
Mega blood.
Mega
Mega blood.
She's the difference.
Mega blood.
Wait, why is it playing both? Wait, Nox is a difference?
I added the wrong sound for the
It's
Mega
a
Blood.
different Alk saying Mega Blood sound for the same card. 75, 80,000 decks in.
Wait, are they using my RNG? From all the times I got nothing from all my stacked decks? And then they're capitalizing on my RNG? Oh no. I'm wasting my luck? Oh no. Oh no, they're wasting all my RNG! They're literally wasting all my... What? Oh my god, they're using all my RNG!
Rue, big ding. Okay, I'm going over to Rue apparently as a big thing. Oh, unrequited
To
love.
become a master fisherman, one thing is for
Damn.
certain. You're
He
going to need
found
a
the
rod.
second one, I think. So far, only streamers found unrequited loves, guys. First Gazzy, second Rue. I'm just saying. We'll keep an eye.
just opened this 7-year bad luck as
Right after, yeah, I heard the clank.
I get a divine.
And then he keeps opening divines as I'm looting his stacks. This guy.
I cannot carry this.
Is printing.
How many
Alright,
shares
guys,
is the mirror?
they have
20.
not all been opened. I have a few inventories outstanding, but we are 110k in. We are officially past the 10%.
Very good, guys. Keep it up.
Yo!
That was crazy. That was his last... Wait, I'm blocking his inventory with my cam. Look at his inventory.
Yo!
The last card. The last stack deck in his inventory. Unrequited low.
Yo!
What the fuck? I'm such a
that
gamer.
was the last card.
Guys,
One
the
last
profit is
pool.
the friends we made along the way. Look at all these streamers collaborating on destroying their own wrists for your amusement. True. Isn't that great?
I could go sleep.
I didn't agree to 3. I have rights, you know. Mandatory free labor session, I guess. Why is that the first card on my filter? What? Earlier today, when I was like before I started stream, I stopped by to check out the card opening, and for a brief moment, I thought Grimro was back. I think it's his filter, but for a brief moment, I heard Grimro, and I was like, he's in the party opening decks. And you know, like I had light enter my eyes, and I was like, no way.
I just hear that his chat calls him like an old man every time. It's like people call Ru a cat or whatever. It's like he's the old man. Is that the meme, or is there anything more to it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. that's the first card it drops as an old man.
Grimro. But it was just a filter sound. Believers are assuming I have good RNG. Doubters are Apothecary. Oh, we're ramping, baby. We're ramping. Let's go. +1 to the good card count. That's our highest pull yet.
Nice. Captain Lance Apothecary. Okay.
Yeah, I was here too.
He's one of the younger ones? What? Isn't he like 55 years old? I'm just kidding. I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say 30. How old is he? He's not even 30? Wait, what? He's 29? Or 28? Jesus. Wait, what? I'm 7 years older than Lance? Bro, what? No shot. Oh my god. Okay. I see. I get it. Wait, you're 43. No, I'm 35. I'm an unk. Yep. 63. Yeah. Woody, how old are you? You're around the same age as I am, right? Or? No, Woody's younger, maybe? No? 33. Okay, 2 years younger. Huh. 75 years. Okay, sorry. Verse 6, I think.
The Omega Giga project.
Oh, Conger.
Of a million. Oh my god. Actually, House of Mirrors. House of fucking Mirrors.
First inventory. Oh my god. Can we appreciate Typho's mic going through to Congo's stream?
House of fucking Mirrors.
Holy.
Holy. Mirrors.
Okay, one more.
House of fucking Mirrors.
Holy. That was fast.
That was real quick. What?
Real fast, yeah.
That's number 2. That is
Wait,
rare. That was
one?
only the second one.
What?
Yeah. Perfect Memories, Desecrated Virtue Lake. Old Man. Yo, Congo's got Old Man and House of Mirrors. That's the 2 rarest cards so far. That's crazy. Old Man isn't.
Wait, what does Old Man do?
Old Man is a double corrupted fishing rod. It's bad, but it's like incredibly rare. It's like same as like House of Mirrors. It's so stupid.
I think I have that one.
It's like twice
not even
of House of
showing up
Mirrors.
for me.
Yeah. 5,000 Reign of Chaos, guys. The first stack. We're about
The first of many.
160,000 in the first
Christ.
stack of Reign of Chaos has been achieved. More to come. Oh.
I got it! Yo! Let's go! That was worth! That was worth! That was worth!
Oh my god, I can't, dude.
Wait, did he got the House of
2
Mirrors?
Doctors. Wait, he did? Wait, I
When
just
I was
noticed his 2
here in the
Doctors.
instance.
Hang on. He did! House
What
of
the
Mirrors
fuck?
number 3. Like 160, 170k in. I think we're about 165k.
I
in.
can leave PC.
Nice. All right.
Ziva was here a lot in
And
the early days.
Of day one, guys. Bazooka has 1 stack of Reign of Chaos and 1051. So 6051 Reign of Chaos. We have 3 House of Mirrors. It's the rarest card for now. Actually, Insane Cat. This didn't get any good cards. Not really, but I mean, it's one inventory is 1,200. Like you can go multiple inventories without getting a good card. He might have gotten like monochrome or something, but we just didn't, clip those. Like he didn't get any insane card. He did 1 inventory. We just dragged those moments out for the first half, even though it was just the first 10 minutes basically, or 20 minutes. We have 2 insane cats. Like you can open it. Okay, so here's a fun fact. Okay. Slippery Jim and Rox were here the most. They both opened at least 100,000, probably closer to 150,000 each. Neither of them got a House of Mirrors. So like 250k combined. Neither of them found a House of Mirrors. Okay, it can just happen. Like there's a lot of fucking cards, there's a lot of variance. So yeah. Nope, Rox did not get any. She just sent me a screenshot. This was like her best screen. She got a Price of Devotion here. Divine Justice, Immortal Doctor. Like, she got other good cards, but like, sometimes you just don't get anything. From like 1,000, it's likely that you won't get anything good, like, at all. So, yeah. This is a nice screen, though. This is like way positive. This is 1 inventory, I think. Think Cats than House of Mirrors. But, session 1 is done. We'll be back tomorrow. It's worth mentioning. We opened 136 plus
inventory even.
40k.
That's crazy.
Okay, we opened 176k on day 1. Not bad progress.
Oh, the Immortal House of Mirrors.
Nice. Wait, do I understand it correct?
That's the only ever clip we have. Oh, the Immortal House of Mirrors. That's it. And then me saying like nice and like kind of cutting out as well.
House of Mirrors.
Nice.
Nice.
Wait, do I understand it correctly that this plays the missile every time it drops?
Oh, here we go.
Yes, the entire 2 minute video plays. And the only way to stop this,
I just dropped it like 5 times. Wait, still plays in the menu.
The only way to stop this is to close the game.
It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from
It
where...
plays this whole thing every time that card drops. So far we found 9 out of 170,000. It's a really rare card.
The missile knows where it is at all times.
Here comes the bazooka
section. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
Where? God damn it. Why does he have so many?
The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective
saved up like
commands to
4-7
drive
years
from a position where it is.
I don't think it's gonna be today.
Divine power!
Oh my god, that's so rare. Divine Justice. That's
that is giga rare. Divine power.
That's our 5th one. In comparison, right now, House of Mirrors, we have 3. That card is very rare.
To a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is.
House of Mirrors, yo. Number 4. We are past 200k now. We're probably 230k-ish.
Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't.
Can we not go to the furthest possible corners of the zones, guys? If your zone is full, just make a new one. It's okay. Wait, it's actually so full, I'm gonna crash. Oh. Or? Yeah, Boiler is filling them up, man. I'm holding alt right now. Wow, he is thoroughly filling up the zone. Guys, just make a new zone, okay, please. Jesus
Boy,
Christ.
they're filled it
Just
up so
control
hard.
click. Holy. That's a lot.
And it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't.
Dude, my filter only half loaded.
This is crazy.
So half of my screen is the filter I loaded, and the other half of my screen is the old filter. What the fuck have How heavily have I broken? How does that even? I'm so confused.
I
how you
have
can have
never
the
seen
same
anything
div card
like
have
this.
2 different beam colors and color.
It happens when you switch and then move.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Oh,
history.
That's a big one. Hell yeah. Bazooka wants his beat. Whoa. Someone touched a chicken. Did MP step on a chicken?
It's the same setup as I am in Hungary. It's monitors and computer
Wait,
and
didn't we cut
mouse
this?
and keyboard. The light and the stream deck. Oh, House of Mirrors Apothecary? Who got this here? Hello. Chip. Chip is printing.
Mage blood.
Mage blood.
On the ground.
On the ground.
On the ground.
Where? Yo, Chip is going ham here. That was
Where?
House of Mirror number
5.
Number 5. Nice. Look at the things that Nox is dropping. They're not cards. They're like turn off the loot.
The bird
What are
nests.
those?
Yeah, I see
Any
them.
eggers?
They're like, I know that they're scarabs. Look, they're actually scarabs.
Yeah.
Some of them are. Yeah, that's so weird. Cool.
That is
Can I-
cursed.
Why do you have an MTX for cards
Cool.
on the ground?
Alright, let's see. I'm turning off my filter. And then I go to Nox. Then what happens? Oh my god, it works. I turned off my filter and every card has an egg. It's so cursed. Look at the piles of eggs everywhere.
Something has gone wrong. What the fuck?
Oh no. It's bird shit. Oh my god,
So
shitting
much bird
all over
shit.
King's March.
Horse shit.
Good.
Good.
Oh yeah, some dumbass is saying something in chat. What the hell?
Bro, the
That
double
is rare.
cheater.
Double cheater back to back like that? Okay, we're farming clips. Maybe the ideal. What the hell? Another one?
Oh, Typhal got a House of Mirror too. Wait, what?
Yeah, just now. Yeah, just
Wait, we got 5 House of Mirrors in the first 2 days total. Now we got 3 more in the first hour of today. It's a good day for House of Mirrors, guys.
Mage blood. On the ground. On the ground.
I was here.
Mage blood. Mage blood.
No, I'm.
On the ground. Who needs cards?
I was full.
To become a master fisherman, one thing
Old
is
man. Yo. I was here for an old man. That's so rare. Holy shit. We are approaching 400k. Not quite there, but close. And we have found 13 old men.
Jesus Christ.
And I was here for one. The ultimate enemy. Wait. Yeah, he switched to swells. Oh no. No. More is never enough. No. I've reached 5k of the first card. We are not even halfway. I have to dump this in the second card tab. Oh no. Okay, that's a funny card to hit the limit on. More is never enough. Oh god, guys. All right, Mr. President, a second card tab just dropped.
Dude, this ping, this ping is so horrible. Look how slowly this
Look
is
how
going.
so slow he opens.
Oh,
he's
One,
holding the
two-
same as
wait,
everyone
what?
else.
Here we go.
It's so slow.
Oh no. Oh, there we go. Oh fuck, never mind.
It's Exalt.
Exalted all. Why is it even a swing? The pain. The pain. Look how slow this is. It's fine. It's all worth it. All worth it for the cause.
Look at this, guys. It's pox. Yeah, I know. The export has issues because Wealthy Exile doesn't value some of the cards. It'll be explained in text on screen. I looted like 86k cards, and the export only says like 76k. But most of that is 5,000 of more is never enough in another tab, and then I also have dumped more in another tab. So that's all manually added up. I've sent the proper correct data over to the prohibited library people, so they'll add it to their merge it to their sheet and stuff. So it's all good. All the data is accounted for. We have also all the VOD of all the my card tab, so it's all good. The Flash, yeah, level 100 RF character.
Oh shit, rocks.
He is home, and he's hungry too.
How many without the Scarab card?
I mean, I looted like 11,300 something. More is never enough. So it's like 76k ish without the Scarab card. 75, 76, yeah. The 1 million, yeah. We're watching it live. We're like halfway through. It's on YouTube. It's pinned also in chat. Open some cards. Look, there's Pox, the original RF man. More is never enough.
Oh yeah, you can. Oh shit, you're right. Okay, yeah, thanks. Okay, cool.
Popping them in one by one. Oh no.
Oh. I see brothers. Wish I had a brother. I think I need a new instance. Like, I think we just. Oh, one last. What is that?
Wish I had
experimented jewel. Oh, that's kind of sick. Boy, that's
really
sick.
That's a super
I can
rare
link the filter. Yeah, just drop it in here. You're fine. The Fiend!
Az én loot filterem az nem túl strict, de ugye itt igazából... What the...
That was fast. Come help, please. Wait, okay, we have Hubi joining. The only Hungarian PoE streamer I know. He got a House of Mirror on his first, like, 90 cards. That's a good start. Good start.
One last score was such a disappointing ending.
Was that the jewelry, the
fast.
experimented jewelry? Yeah, that was so bad. Guys, why doesn't everyone just do that? Ooh, I don't think I've been here. Oh, I see a lot of stars. All right. Insane Cat, Apothecary, Doctor. Look at this prep work here by Yampusak. Jesus. Nice. Let me brag. In this zone, I got 2 Apothecary, 1 Doctor, 1 Insane Cat. Nice. We completed a set of Unrequited Love. 550,000 decks in. 1 stack of almost a mirror.
No, card turning is not on.
Is achieved. Jesus.
Not in the video.
Oh, there you go.
Guys, look at
Zuka's
this.
House of Mirrors.
He has the MTX where you like open a card, it flashes.
I'll go bathroom real quick. I'll let the video play though. 1 minute.
But it looks so cursed. It's like, oh, it's like warping my brain. It's headache inducing at this pace. Oh my god, of course he finds a 7 years instantly. Okay, anyway. That MTX is cursed when you open at this pace. And even like off screen, it's like warping your screen. Ah, it's so bad.
To survive,
How much
we
was
have
the
to
total
open
cost of
decks.
this? Was it like 5
Okay,
million?
I mean...
10?
Give me 3 inventories.
How much,
Guys, I got a doctor. GG. It's like 2C in this economy, though. Ooh, immortal. Oh, shit.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. 11 div. Okay, we're going up.
You need a clear.
Talking
My
about
brother's
Raptor.
gift. So we did it. I got
You got
brother's
the
stash,
trifecta?
brothers. I see brother and
Nice.
brother's gift. Holy. Wait, that's so cool, actually. I want it to be like here. So it's like actually like Exodia. It's sort of, bro. It's fine. That's fine. That's good enough.
Oh, Insane Cat, Immortal, Doctor, Love Through Eyes. Yeah, there's some good stuff here.
That was crazy.
Damn.
And the 3 brothers was in the same
Yeah,
set.
this was this inventory. Holy.
The chosen one.
We got Tuna is printing.
better than Assassin from PoE 1. It actually has defenses, unironically.
Yeah.
Ooh, Immortal. Do we think it's gonna be like the day before again, or? Ooh, we got Apothecary. Wait, we've dropped so many Apothecaries actually.
I finished.
Ooh, another Immortal.
I didn't know commands were visible to everyone.
No House of Mirror though. Smoj.
I got a House of Mirrors.
Already?
Already?
You serious?
Yep.
What?
No way. This guy.
Okay, you know how much we got? Okay, it's time. Rex, estimate. We are 700,000 in. How many House of Mirrors?
I don't know the odds at all, but in all of my years of playing, I've never gotten one. So I'll say 12.
Wow, he was close. It's 13. Wow. You just got the 14th. Damn. Nice. Aggressive forward retreat.
Oh, a history.
Oh, that's good. Guys, we are back. And today, you're not gonna believe this, but today we're gonna be opening stack decks and looting. It's day 5. Okay, time is slipping away, but today we're gonna get to over 900,000, and tomorrow we're finishing and looking at the data. Okay, that's the plan. We have a few more streamers joining today, and we're almost done. We are 74% done-ish.
The Apothecary. Oh, he got his clip. He got his clip. There you go, Impy. Have your Apothecary.
What are we clipping, by the way? Just anything like cool?
Oh no, I missed. I missed the day 5.
Honestly.
Clipping? What do you mean?
Clipping. Clip.
Oh my god, Mitch's clip.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't put Mitch's thing. Oh shit.
Cool.
Oh no, it is here. Okay. Okay, it's fine.
Whatever you want, but honestly.
Clipping? What do you mean? Mitch clip?
Clip.
What are we clipping?
Okay. Apparently there is so many cards here.
Nothing. It's
that
good.
Typhal crashed while pressing Alt. So I'm gonna give it a shot.
Oh, the Zizio. Yeah.
Alt.
I've seen it, of course. I've seen this.
Oh. That's way too long. That's way too long. It's not recovering. I let go. I think we're going to login screen. He did it. He failed the insta sub so much that it's crashing on alt. Oh, yeah, there it was. An unexpected disconnection occurred. Damn. Good work, Typhal. That's like 4,000 decks in one zone.
Oh. Wygrałam.
Go on, drop it outside. Obviously, we're not gonna do a million like that. So.
Apothecary.
This whole thing, so we're doing it. This is crazy.
So this is the...
Like within 12 stack decks, 2
How long is like
Apothecaries.
the average time? I don't know. Yeah. What's the
average? Like 5 minutes or less or something like that, right?
Okay, what do you say?
How fast we go.
Shift right click, control right click?
Shift right click and hold. You have to like hold on the
Control
stack.
shift.
And then it just,
hold the
see,
shift.
like spams it out.
Wait.
Right? Or? Instant doctor.
Wait, this was like
Is the on-screen name supposed to be Laura here? Wait, which on-screen name? Oh my god, and now my current chat is over Woody's scam. Put this here.
Fifth deck or something. Are you?
Mitch is missing the underscore. It's fine. If people actually, because you can't click, the links in the description are correct, and if you Google it's Mitch Yo, it's the first 2 results. So you can, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it is missing the underscore.
Expecting to like break even or even make profit on this?
Nope, I'm not expecting anything. No idea. We'll find out at the end. I'm just in the just as much in the dark as everyone else. Okay. I'm not checking. I haven't wealthy exiled or anything. So.
Okay, yeah, that's good. It's gonna be interesting to see the result at the end.
Why would they acknowledge this? I mean, this it's just a bunch of stack decks.
Like, hey guys, we made this insane project coordinating like 500 different people over 5 days. By the way, we lost like 3 mirrors.
We lost like 2,000 divines. Yeah, nice try.
A little bit more.
Okay, guys,
Alright,
we
let's
made
see.
it to the final 900.
Power Rangers.
14,000. This is it. We have opened 999,000. Jesus. And 100 stack decks. And now I will open the final 900. Nice. Do I get one good card? Monochrome doesn't count. Do we get like, you know, some really good card from the last 900? Fuck. The operation could not be completed. Someone is crafting or something. Who's crafting or doing anything? Stop. I'm getting operation could not be completed. And I'm the only one opening. Wait, didn't we cut this? Wait, I said to cut this part. No.
Yes.
You get rate limited solo?
Yes.
Yeah, even when you solo, sometimes it happens.
It's people zoning in. And out.
It's people looting. And so Bazooka was looting the Reign of Chaos, and that was rate limiting me. That counts as an action. So if you're just opening, it never happens. But if you're opening and someone else does literally anything, you get rate limited. I said to cut this. We watched this together. I thought I watched you delete this part, but whatever. Well,
It's all the time. It's all the time. It's all the time for me.
Okay. It's fine. Immortal. Yo, okay, finally.
At least we
I
are
get a
good
good card, guys. Let's go. That actually pays for this inventory.
Here in my garage, I just bought this new Lamborghini here.
Okay. The last 10. The old-fashioned way. One by one. Is anything gonna show up?
What about the Reign of Chaos?
Last card. What is this card? I don't know. It doesn't show up on the filter. It's over.
I like the angry stop crafting MP. Greets to
Yes.
Thank you,
Oh
Method Man.
my god. GG noobs. Whew. 1 million stack decks opened. GG guys.
Train.
The final dump. We are done. We are free. Oh my god.
Oh, I got fast, so good to
36
finish it.
hours with 6 people in the party. 216 person hours later. We are
Stop
done.
fucking looting.
And we got this. This. Whatever this is, we're gonna wealthy exile and, you know, find out exactly. Bazooka was looting Who Asked also. So the data is clear. We got 64 Who Asked. This is a really rare card. Alright, stats. 1 million stack decks. It cost us 14,000 divine-ish. 13,860 or something like that. It took 36 hours to open. And the most common card is Reign of Chaos. Bazooka was looting those. And we got 34,804 Reign of Chaos
Plus
cards.
11 in my stash for some reason.
All of the Reign of Chaos is listed. Some of them actually sold, but here's 5k, 10k, 15k, 20, 25. Wait, is GG Noobs PoE? Is there a wiki for that or what? Hall of the Grandmasters help. No. Where are you copying that from? 30. And he has 4,000 more. I guess it's missing 15 here. So that's the Reign of Chaos count. How about the other cards? Let's go to Wealthy Exile. So we looted, or I looted, top 5% of the cards based on the rarity. The first question that everyone have, was this profitable? Did we get more than 14,000 divines out of this? Now, even if we did, extracting this value is an insane amount of time and effort. And even if these cards are worth that much, you have to turn in like thousands and thousands and thousands of cards, which is never gonna be worth it. But if that value was instantaneous, was it profit? Let's sink. We made 15,000 divines. Okay. Someone commented history is missing. I'm looking at history right here. Why does that comment have like 40 upvotes already? I was reading comments when I went to the bathroom. I'm actually deleting that. It's time to start moderating the bullshit. Maybe they deleted it. Where is it? Missed history cards. What does that mean? Like I didn't pick it up? Of course I did. This is fucking edited highlights. I picked up everything. I haven't missed a single card. Okay, whatever. We made 1,000 divs. It is profit. Very slightly. Holy shit. Alright. Just barely. Okay, we got 64 apothecaries. It's the highest value. Even though House of Mirrors is the most valuable card, we only got 18 House of Mirrors. So the apothecaries was way more value. It was 2,433 divs in apothecary, 1,766 in House of Mirrors, and then 1,338 divs of unrequited
Just a
love,
reference to yesterday.
the mirror card, or mirror shards. Immortal, 115 immortals, 19 histories. That is really rare. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, that comment came 1 minute after releasing the video. What does that? What was the reference? What happened yesterday? We didn't miss a history card yesterday, or like the day before. What happened? Or like, I'm just trying to understand, because it had a lot of upvotes. So like, some people got the reference. I clearly didn't. The Twitch chatter who really thought you missed it. Oh, I don't even remember that. Okay. People were saying that history was missing from the data. Yeah, but it wasn't. PL said history was missing from the data yesterday, but it wasn't. Okay. Okay, whatever. 2 Hinekora's luck. We didn't even get 4 sets of the history card. Damn. 847 divs of Price of Devotion. The Mage Blood cards. Actually, just type Mage Blood. 69 apothecaries. Nice. 19 Price of Devotion. 20 Insane Cat. The corrupted Mage Blood cards. 233 7 Years Bad Luck. 233 Clangs. Metal Clangs on the filter. 539 Sephiroths. Okay, oh, I see. Last night I said you missed the history card since I did not see the card in the data, and I corrected myself. Oh, okay. No worries, man. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. That is basically a divine per card.
Thanks.
So this is like
I completely missed the reference, I guess.
723 divine beauties. Let's just type divine orbs. 183 Brothers Gift, 723 Divine Beauty, 17 Divine Justice. This is the most rare card, I believe. It's not. We got 18. It snuck past us. But the Assassin's Gift was the most rare card. We only found 12 of those. House of Mirrors, and we got 17 Divine Justice. It's probably within variance, but Divine Justice is incredibly rare. And this is double corrupted Divinarius, that card. It's only a 7 div card. It's a Grand Spectrum for 1 card. So this card... Yeah, I should have done this. I should have sorted Wealthy Exile by card number to like look at that too. Because I thought this was the most rare, but there was a 12. Yeah. Pops from Armorer Strong boxes. It's not an expensive card, so... And altars. Yeah, and didn't care that much, I guess. Divination boxes, of course. This is super rare, and it's even rarer than House of Mirrors, or about the same, right? It's so like from the 1 million, the rarest dropped 12 times. The Old Man is the rarest fishing card. How many did we get? We got 32 Old Man.
32.
It's 12 cards to a double corrupted fishing rod, rare. And we got like twice as much, less than twice as much as House of Mirrors. This card is really rare. Lake is another rare card that is not super valuable.
Same.
It is valuable, but not like...
Same
it didn't even
exact
make the
as
top,
Old Man.
I don't know, 20 here. Here is the Lake. We got 32 of these, also about as rare as the Old Man. 8 cards to a Reflecting Mist. The one that got away, 35 of those, also... So does House of Mirrors do? It's 9 cards to a Mirror of Calandra. Lower to Old Man. Replica Baited Breath. 7. Who asked? 64. I see brothers. 128. Let's compare the brother cards. So we get 183 brothers gift and 198 brothers stash. Sorry for the off-topic question, but do streamers have ways of contacting GGG with gameplay-related questions, or do we just gotta hope someone starts running tests, figuring out, and spreads word about it? They do. Like, there is some devs that sometimes respond on Discord or something, but like, generally no. Generally they don't. You can't just like be like, yo, how does this work, or explain this new gem or whatever. It's more like they just put the content out and then people test it. There's no like hidden backstage streamer GGG chat where, you know, people can just get instant info and then like keep that to themselves or whatever. Like that's not a thing. You have like back channels for like reporting stuff. Like if there's some crazy exploit going on, you know, we can message some people. But like, I don't think streamers use that to be like, oh, hey, GGG, explain this new thing to me that like nobody knows. Like, no, they just put that stuff out and then let the community like test it, and yeah. That's also probably within variance, but we got more Exiles than Divines. Divines and Exiles are supposed to be the same rarity. 85 stacks of regrets for all of this. 233 Enlighten cards. Imperfect Memories. Uh-oh. 3,511 Chaotic Disposition. Like an example I have is I messaged Octavian because we met in LA for the PoE 2 event and stuff, and it's been a full patch. They just removed the Merit of Service shield, and it's not in the game. And they didn't patch note it, and then now a new patch is coming out, a new league, and Merit of Service is still not in the game. It's a build enabling unique. They just turned it off and never said a word, and they still haven't said a word. So I was like, okay, it's been a long time now. I'm gonna message some people, like let's try to find out what the fuck is going on. And I'm like, is this shield ever coming back? Is there a really cool shield? Can we, and I got a response, and it's not coming yet because there was some issues with an ascendancy that was too powerful with this shield, and so they just disabled it but forgot to patch note it, and now it's a new patch, so they didn't go back and patch note the previous thing. It's not in the game, and it's not gonna be in the game on league start. They might bring it back, but like that's all we know. So I guess that would be an example, but like, it's not in the game, and it's not like we have some hidden info about this. It's just, whenever it's going to be back, everyone will know because it's going to be patched and it's going to be patch noted. But yeah, that shield is gone for now. What is it called? Merit of Service. It's basically a shield that shares your block chance to the party. So it's very powerful, right? Like you stack block and then you put the shield on, and then everyone in your presence has like capped block. It's really good. And then you can scale max block, so yeah, like you can get like 80+% block on your entire party with this one shield and like some nodes on the tree, and then amulets, right? But they just deleted it. Goodbye. So it's not in the game anymore for now. They'll probably add it back. If my guess is they'll probably add it back with some like limitation, like limiting your max block, like halving it or something. Like it's probably a bit too powerful to like get like 80+% block in the entire party for like one item, like in some nodes on the tree. So yeah, what ascendancy? I think it's one of the warrior ones. I don't know, Titan or something. One of those. That is 17,555. Yo, thanks for the raid, Bazooka. Are you guys watching? We're almost through it. Yeah. Chaos orbs. All right, guys, let's turn them in. Avian Pursuit. That's the yellow juice. 491 of those. Fishing. The Catch. 80 the cash. Making plans? Are we making plans? It's too late to make plans. We can make some plans tomorrow. Yeah, Nerdy Joe told me there's 2 missing from the sheet: Boyer's Dream and the Tyrant. Nerdy Joe gave me the final count, so we put that on. It's coming up. It's coming up soon. Yeah. Baited fishing rod. We still need to figure out what time zone we're gonna be playing and stuff. There's like 2 NA and 2 EU in the party, and then 2 people, me and Rox, who can do like whatever time zone. So it's like whoa, odd. And the most common fishing card was, I think, Baited Expectations. 798 fishing item. Almost 100 sets. Albino Raw Feather. That's another kind of rare. 108 Albino Raw Feather cards. The Fishmonger. How many sets is this? Not even half an inventory of sets. Holy. The Vast. Okay, I don't understand what that means. Jimmy's telling me that these cards are still missing. Okay, in Nerdy Joe, apparently these cards are still missing. So Jimmy's telling me this. So if you haven't added this, then add these. If that makes sense. I missed like half of this, all of this conversation actually, so I have no idea what this is about, but here. Save this, screenshot this, or something. Okay. Let's finish this. Come on. There's like 10 minutes left. Less. Yeah, it is also rare. Song of the Sirens. It's a fishing rod. Unique fishing rod. We got 7 sets and 4 extra cards. Very rare. Home. It's the exceptional gems.
Another rarest card.
That's a lot. That's more than an inventory at least. The Squire. The Shield Bearer. Wow. 9 sets of the Squire. Plus 1 card. Not bad. 73. Alright, let's take a look at the Headhunter cards. We did not loot Patience, because that's that was outside of the top 5% rarity, but yeah, let's look at Headhunter cards. 290 Nurse. So 36 doctors in nurses. 93 doctors. Damn, that's 11 Headhunters. 40 Fiends, so 3 full and 7 more, and 20 Demons. That is really rare. Demon is basically House of Mirror rarity, right? We got 18 House of Mirrors and 20 Demon. 2 full double corrupted Headhunters. Beautiful. Exalt cards, those are rare, I guess. 442 of the 10 Exalt stack. Just slightly more than a full inventory of 10 stacks of Exalts here. Alluring Bounty. Like this. That is more than 2 inventories of Abandoned Wealth. Scout also. Okay. That's a full inventory of 7 sets of Exalts and then on like another 2-3 rows. Chaos. We got 112 Darker Half, which is 5 Eldritch Chaos each. Somehow I have 11 Reign of Chaos on me. I don't know how that happened. I guess this should be on Bazooka. Plus 11 to his count.
Doesn't show up on my filter, so...
Oh, Corrupted Replica Dragon Fangs. We got like 3 inventories of those. 3 inventories of Replica Dragon Fangs. Nice. I want to know how many cards I looted. So I'm just gonna go edit tabs. Can I delete the price threshold? And I just want to know how many cards I clicked. So we're going back and hitting this again. Is it gonna tell me how many items
hits on 0 seconds? What does that? I don't know what that means.
Items there are exactly. Export CSV. This. It's 71,167. That seems way too much. I have imported the data into a Google spreadsheet. Wow, that's crazy, guys. And now we're gonna sum it up.
Here,
Boom.
the Assassin's Gift, there it is, and Divine Justice. But Wealthy Exile, Wealthy Exile, I didn't see some.
Look, guys, it's 71,000 167 cards.
here's the
Exactly what ChatGPT said when I asked him how much the total of this pile is. Wow. It looks like AI wins yet again, guys. We didn't have to do this manually, but just for the few people who don't trust that AI can add together a couple of numbers, we had to do it manually as well. So that's how many cards I looted. I clicked about twice as much. Less because some cards stack together and stuff, so I probably clicked like 120,000 to loot all this and then put them into my stash. There it is. That's the number of clicks. And then Bazooka looted like 35,000 Reign of Chaos, and then it hits on the 0 seconds, then does attack animation and swing time, and then hits again after the attack timer is over. Okay. Dumped 8 stacks and stuff. A lot of clicks to get all this data. So yeah, in fact, did not win. It did. It correctly tabulated the same number that I did in Excel. What lost is Wealthy Exile, because this number and the AI number are both wrong, because Wealthy Exile didn't count some cards, which it should have. That's nothing to do with AI and nothing to do with this Google spreadsheet either. We both arrived at this number, but Wealthy Exile is wrong, which is why we put that text on screen earlier. So it's fine. All the rare cards like this, these are accounted for. I mean, we've looked through the stash earlier, right? Like for the cool cards. So yeah, stacks and stuff. Like a lot of clicks to get all this data. So the profit per hour, for those people who think this is like a profitable thing to do, if you don't count the prep time or the 40 million gold that I spent buying this on Fostus, and the fact that there's 6 people at all times, so 216 man hours, we made 1,200 divine profit over 36 hours. That's 33 div per hour, but there is 6 of us, so it's 5.5 div per hour per person. Not counting actually turning this into value and the hours and hours and the mouses you have to break to turn in all these cards and actually sell everything. Obviously, this was not a farming strategy, but like, you know, just the data out there. We actually went up a little bit in value, but yeah, stack decks are basically like break even. And of course, these cards have like a set value. You could get lucky or unlucky. Let's say you turn in the Mage Blood and you get a 4 flask corrupted, you know, percent int, percent movement speed Mage Blood, or you get a 2 flask dog shit, you know, then it's gonna be much worse. There's a lot of Gamba opportunities here, and you are ignoring 95% of the stack decks. All the low value bullshit we didn't loot, of course, and ignoring the medical bills that will have to be spent on, you know, surgery for your arm if you actually want to open 1 million stack decks. But if you have, you know, a giant community of people helping you, then it's not too bad. And by not too bad, it takes like 6 days of 8 hours a day. Shoutouts: Nrox, Marcus, Typhol, Faye, Asheton, Boiler Up, Grioids, Feno, Cyresta, Chip, Lilith, Lagas, Nerdajo, and Purr. Thank you very much for helping opening this. And of course, all the streamers. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will have seen the clips of all the streamers opening stack decks. Thank you for jumping in and helping open them. If your favorite streamer was not in this video, well, goddamn, tell them to check their Discord, because I messaged fucking everyone. If I forgot you, I'm sorry, but I reached out to like 35, 40 streamers, and, you know, some came back, some didn't. Some said, yeah, of course, sure, sounds fun, and then never showed up, so, you know, it's okay. PoE 2 is coming. I'm sure people are busy making their builds, even though they're all gonna play Druid anyway. No pressure, of course. I'm glad for, you know, all the people who joined. Thanks for getting back to me. Thanks for jumping in, opening some House of Mirrors, dipping out. Thanks for coming. And thank you for watching. Thanks for all the Enly contributions. Of course, this was 14,000 divines. I don't have that much, so these projects wouldn't be possible without the Enly contributions. So thank you for contributing. If after all this you're still not subscribed, well, goddamn, what do you want me to do? We'll just keep making videos. It's fine. It's fine. YouTube will recommend it anyway. But, you know, just click the button. It's free. It's right there. There'll be more videos like this, and otherwise there's probably not gonna be more stack deck openings, but we're pretty close to 200k. You know, just click the button. The next time you see
guys,
some PoE 1 content, maybe we'll turn in some of these cool cards, like the Insane Cat and the Price of Devotion. who knows what can happen in the future. Anyways, see you next time. Bye. All right, bye. Jesus Christ, 53 minutes. What the fuck? Guys. Here. What now? God damn. That was a lot of stack decks. Okay. Yeah, I can log in and confirm some numbers for where are we? Launch the other PoE. We have both PoEs running. Holy shit. Including this here, and that was a great idea. Nice. What is that? The Game Awards Twitch drops. What is that? Oh yeah, it's the portal. That sound when you open it is kind of cool. Oh, the birds. Watch the Game Awards for 30 minutes for this. Okay. Yo, the gift sub thing is gonna be a bear. Nice. A red bear skin. Okay, now imagine 6 of these stomping around together. Okay. Alright, quick, let's check the cards. Tyrant. 12 Tyrant. And Boyer's Dream. 326 Boyers. Confirmed. Okay. Oh shit. That's an almost perfect one. We've had that before, but not with multi-strike. Sure. We log in for a level 40 multi-strike Shaco for the meme museum. Sure. Okay. Wide boink. Nice. No, it doesn't add them together. It's just 35. Okay. Buck. It maybe we'll do honorable mention because we've had this type of stuff before. Yeah, it doesn't work together. Anything else to confirm? Could divine it to 45. Okay, sure, I'll divine it. Why not? Just fix the numbers. Did you think I was going to? All right. Okay. Wait, they're playing poker here. And they have 4 ace of hearts. Okay, someone was cheating here. What? What? What happened here? Were they playing with 4 decks? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, guys. What now? I think I'll just go through the Dune stuff here. Probably not this song, next song. Mirages at Dawn. And then Should we listen to the interview? Talkative try. Is it on his YouTube yet? Brand new insights. We haven't revealed this yet. ... Oh shit, we're gonna get brand new insights. Let's go. ... Rituals. Alright. I got clickbaited, let's go. I just found the Optimus Prime sound that you have. Never saw it before. That's the original. You haven't found the actual sound that I have, because the actual sound that I have is a meme remix that someone made specifically for that. That is, I don't think that's nowhere to be found online. But yeah, that's where it comes from. It's from the Malaysian guy, I think, in the car showing the truck to his girlfriend. All right, ready for some new insights.
Hey Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update. That's true. That ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like one of the big things that we
Okay, yes, it was substantive, guys. Towers were fucking removed. That is substantive. Towers were one of the big pain points in the endgame. Having to chase fucking tower overlaps was cancer. They did away with that. They revamped tablets, and now you can juice every single map. The Atlas is still boring. There's still no direction of like where you go. You just go wherever, whatever. You still don't have any agency of the layouts you're running. Well, other than like picking them, and then after that you have to run through. If you see a good map and it's behind a bad map, you have to run the bad layout or whatever. But like it is a lot better than chasing multi-tower overlaps. So yes, that's a pretty substantial whatever change, I would say.
That's supposed to be coming for the in-game is a lot more content stuff and change the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that. And like
the interview isn't the same without the chat. Oh, you mean like on Twitch? That's fine. Whatever. We have our own chat here, guys. You guys are the chat, okay? Just
0.4.1 type update. It's more about like if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like things where we're like we're unhappy with the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. But in terms of like content, those would usually be for the the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG-gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you gotta find the citadels, and I gotta say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 0.3.1 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 0.3.1 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the.
Switchers, someone could have had a similar problem. Like it's possible if there's enough, a few hundred people here, that it could be that someone shared your problem in the past or whatever. But like, yeah, I would just describe the situation with as much detail as possible to some current state-of-the-art model, and then follow up with all the troubleshooting steps.
number of them quite a lot.
We have troubleshooted like multiple things with that successfully already. So, yeah.
It's actually like it is random right now, but it's, the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the in game is, we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for like the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenging part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like.
Yeah, I'm not against questification in that sense. Like it's good to have goals to go for, and if they are clearly communicated and stuff, and maybe it doesn't have to be in the same order or whatever. But like there is now, like you can check and you can be like, okay, well I want to get my Atlas points, or I want to work on getting the Delhi stuff, or I want to work on getting the breach stuff, or whatever. Like. As long as people know what to do, or like know how to follow any of those quest lines or whatever, I think that's fine.
How to kind of get those
casual friendly.
But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if people know exactly how this works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those, we do guarantee. Actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every 2 macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between 2 of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right, yeah, I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing the market and stuff like that. So hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that what the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Nice. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas, since that's so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and I honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern, we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but
I mean, this is not going to fix the Atlas, but it's nice to be able to zoom out more.
Hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff. So therefore, like, it's not like too bad or anything. I mean, people do want it. So yeah, as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
I'd rather be able to zoom out twice as much and lose some FPS in the process. Like, of course, if it's like it's like so bad that the game fucking crashes, then of course it's pointless. But like, if I'm 60 FPS on my Atlas and then I zoom out way more and I'm 30, 40 FPS, I don't care. I would rather, lag a little bit and being able to look around more efficiently or easier or move with less mouse clicks or whatever than have like flawless performance on my Atlases, whatever.
That's just you mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the
loading all the nodes.
System of Fate of the Battle, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't usually, but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then I did get a bit involved in the performance work, like one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like, here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff. And it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture, because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like, let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like, and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like, here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to, to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, we can take advantage of more of your concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console.
Yeah, that's everything.
I hope the fucking god that it's not crashing anymore. I don't even care if it's 50 FPS or some 40 FPS sometimes, but like the crashes in group play were so bad. Like every single instance someone crashed. Every single instance through the campaign. 1, 2, 3 people crashed. That cannot be it. Oh my god, please, bro.
Like, so it's awesome.
Yeah. But there's still a lot more to do. Like, I know, like, just even looking at what we've got, like, there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like, just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you will find things like, just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, like that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the, it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which is a problem, right?
Nothing to do with GeForce. Was also happening on GeForce.
You go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. It was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so it was kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah. I mean, we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Jesus. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. Massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan.
Why does PoE 2 have 18-year-old code? Yeah, because it's all built on some systems from PoE 1.
Swapping gears back to PoE 2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE 2's endgame is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment. But what's your opinion on this?
The casual questions.
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, like want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE 2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE 1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive, and not just have it
holding the mic like that. He's not holding the mic. It's on a stand. It's on a arm, hanging. He just has his hand like up. What?
Like there needs to be an element of like you do need to actually build the.
Did you think he was holding his
mic? I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is
I see. He is.
That you should be doing. But like we've never seen it that way.
To do with your hands.
It's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, like if you're talking about like, like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. And like to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? The extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the reward.
Okay, this is where it's from. Someone linked the tuna clip.
What does Jonathan think about PoE 1 players?
Kill yourself. In the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once it's done, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se,
abuse. I love that.
You'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that.
It's a filter sound.
That particular thing. Right. So I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
That's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be sort of fun.
Yeah, you're gonna lose like 20% stun and block recovery from your limb. It's fine.
So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like would you ever swap it to 2 portals?
Please give me one more portal.
So you have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is once again like there's the expectation. Like
my +1 proj limb lost it to
that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them.
Yeah,
like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time.
Just don't slam the last exalt, bro.
Is the thing that gets communicated by that. By that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem.
I'm not that big a noob.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned.
I actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because,
Yeah,
the way I would treat it would be like
every fucking minutia is gonna get criticized and put under like, yeah, that's gotta be Ziggedy telling him that, and he's right. Like, he should not. It would be funny to watch and blah blah blah, but like, you know, people are gonna be so toxic. Like, yeah.
It's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like, you know, have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing.
Yep.
Like, if I don't pick up an item or if I just like don't go over there, I'm gonna be completely judged by that. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that because all it's just going to result in is like random
There's gotta be
those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like
he should,
you know, having a chat.
He could do some like super casual, like, you know, this is my end game character with like okay gear, and it's just like mapping with some Alkan Go or whatever. Like, it's probably fine. But like, if he did like a, I don't know, campaign run could go either way. Like, a campaign run could be like crazy bad or like, oh, okay, he's actually playing well. He's like not like chain dying or whatever. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Someone playing the game, you know, that kind of thing. But he was saying like, you're probably gonna regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
people
you know,
can be brutal. They can be brutal, dude. So I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like, Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer
as long as it's not
tested
crashing
because,
in multiplayer.
usually in QA, you know, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot. Because, you know, like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have, you know, kind of catastrophic issues. And a lot of them come up, like especially more solo ones, like along with, like with bosses and things like that. Because, you know, like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing. And, you know, you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth, okay? 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps, okay? That was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3, and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes, and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4, and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, you know,
reduce monster density, but they are increasing the loot to compensate for it. So the amount of loot, they said, the amount of loot that comes out of a map will be exactly the same, except it's going to be even more because the tablets are gaining +2 mods in the end game. So everything is normalized to the point where there's less mobs, but those mobs are more rewarding, both in terms of XP and loot. So that's the plan, right? We'll see what he says here.
More visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So, I mean, I guess there's several issues, right? So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too.
Of course, I guess I don't see this, or like I've never seen anyone who were like, there's too many mobs. Like, who's complaining about this? Apparently, there are apparently a lot of people. Maybe they are complaining in places that I don't see, but like, I have seen this really, really early on with Breach. Like, when you open a Breach very early on in the end game, when your character fucking sucks, and you run over the Breach, and the first like half screen, you get swarmed. I get it. That happened. But like running through a map where you're like, you know, there's nothing behind you because you already cleared and you're just going, were you really, like, who was getting swarmed? Like, I don't know.
Much. Like, I think, in fact, the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like, we just, for whatever reason, got that incorrect with the monster
probably
pack
just
stuff we did in the
fresh
endgame.
from the campaign, yeah.
The issue that we had, of course, was, like, you know, nerfing this is controversial, like, 100%. I mean, like, I say nerfing, but it's like, it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like,
it's not,
there's still the same
really.
amount
I
of life
don't
you
consider
have
this a
to
nerf.
kill from monsters,
As long as they
whether it's
compensated
distributed from
the
multiple
rewards
monsters or not.
equal.
And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like, kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had, like, there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that, you know, like, concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like, both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, you know, there's like, you know, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, you know, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, you know, like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, you know, like you still
I don't want
to be
that
in
either.
endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, you know, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, you know, type of thing, right? Or like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think, you know, we're going to have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like, you know, with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters and maps the same as?
No, the number of rares is the same. Because we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack. And
what?
Number of rare monsters and maps the same as?
No, the number of rares is the same.
That's a crazy buff then. That is a crazy buff. The rares are where 90% of the loot comes from. If they didn't reduce that, and they increased the rewards, and we're getting double tablets. Like, what the fuck? Will the rares not drop more loot?
We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much how much they.
I don't give a damn about the whites and the blues. They don't drop anything
worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kind of things. And effectively what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add the extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing.
Except there are map rolls, which I don't know if they redid that, but there are map rolls that literally add extra packs. So pack size was pretty useless in this game because all the loot comes from rare mobs, and pack size cannot add more rare mobs. It just makes the existing packs larger, which means just adds a couple of more white and maybe sometimes blue monsters. Whereas there is rolls on the maps in PoE 2 that's like area contains 12 additional packs of Vol monsters, or area contains 7 additional packs of undead, or 12 additional packs of beasts, or whatever. And those packs will have extra rare monsters in them. So those could be much better, or reward-wise, it could be much better relative to the past, right? Where there were more stuff in the map. But I guess if they didn't reduce the rares, then...
There's usually, well, there's only one rare per pack, usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with League mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more Ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought about that?
Ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like, you know, like it's just like basically, because the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers.
Yeah, so it seems like the number of rares isn't changing, and the rares will be just as rewarding as before. They just basically reduce the swarminess of like white and blue mobs. This is what I'm understanding.
Okay, exciting.
That's still, again, I still think loot isn't nerfed. I think loot is buffed because of the tablets in the end game. I think mid game is going to be like similar, and then end game once you have the double, once you're able to run like rare tablets, right? Like not all the tablet mods are gonna be good, so it's not like 4 mod tablets are gonna be twice as good as 2 mod tablets, because you might just care about 2 mods, maybe 3, and then maybe there's gonna be some little extra supplementary, but it is gonna be better with 4 mod tablets.
Now with this change, there's less monsters per pack. You know, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to maybe engage with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, you know, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a...
There are 4 acts and a small, or I shouldn't say small. It's like a collection of 3 mini acts as a 5th. So there's 4 full acts. There's no more cruel difficulty, so you just play through the 4 acts and then the 3 mini acts after as like Act 5 basically. So that's the current campaign.
A launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before.
The campaign isn't changing this time.
I think justify while we're also trying to make in particular like. We need a lot of people working on monsters to be working on, Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So, like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Okay. Another question, a little bit on visual clarity. So, environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. You know, we're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow?
You're not shooting 100 arrows. What? You're not even shooting 10. You're lucky if you shoot like 8.
Or something you want to rein in eventually.
What the fuck?
It is a very tricky balance.
What are we reining in?
But look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the
guides,
the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect can no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered. So that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing and we can see what the limits of the player are. but we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really that just comes down to better balance and just improving a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing, because like look, I understand the desire for it, but I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow, okay, interesting. Yeah. Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller.
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that. It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game?
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
Towards the end of the campaign.
I don't feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it's like lower
What's the question?
over time, right? I mean, it's
walking
just
simulator.
And I
the
think
question?
one thing that's not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree.
Were they?
Maybe some people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled a little bit.
I don't
down
recall
too.
that.
You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed.
Why do people think that the Roa is useless now? The Roa is at least just as good as before, if not even better in some situations. Why do you think Roa is useless, Mr. Davenport? There was a change today. Oh, was there? Okay. It costs 100 spirit now. Okay, I see. Jesus Christ. Okay, I missed that.
Came out and like that was kind of wrong.
I
so like
see.
that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed.
Goodbye,
again. And then also I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be
People
the
are
case.
still gonna
that,
run
like,
it, of
it's
course.
Completely mandatory to actually play.
You don't have to
but
dismount to loot.
it's,
No.
Yeah, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily.
If I played the bull build, I would run the rod regardless. If it was 200 spirit, I don't care. Yeah.
Across, like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers.
I agree.
But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay.
Yep.
Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Good take, Jonathan.
Movement speed's very powerful in PoE 2. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen, while the Warrior, rolling in the combat up in melee. So.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff.
Warrior.
So like
rolling around in the
you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druids have so much attention,
let's do it.
The druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0-4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely, just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking at like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have. But it kind of like lets you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid, as an animal, to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get like actually damage to a good place with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right?
Andrew,
so we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, just make sure that there's the options there for someone. And that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of, it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic, like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to reserve?
In terms of the ones that come with you. So you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Right. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf. And with that one, you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more. Geez. So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future?
Sorry. Random question. Is there much news about CS2 Major happening? Like computer science 2 Major? In Budapest? Do you hear much about where you are? No. I'm in Gothenburg, Sweden right now. I have never... Oh, Hunters. I have no idea about any of that. So I guess no is the answer. Okay. CS Major. Yeah. I thought it's computer science major. Okay.
Once, the game is shipped.
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a.
What happened to computer science
right?
1?
Like, it really is only the
is
case
it done?
If you're,
Finished?
If you're doing the whole kind of
time for
computer fantasy. That's like
2?
the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least that one was working.
Oh yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing, so I think I'm going to gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So kind of
attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're going to go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is.
www.twitch.tv/talkativetry. I can't believe he typed out www.
Generation charges and
Charge
totems.
generation.
Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? what's going on there? Because a lot
so
of people.
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. You can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon.
Okay.
Just to kind of show like people like, okay, here's some just viable things that you can make. Just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game.
Okay.
And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. You just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel...
Oh my god, I can't wait for one of those builds to be like really good. And then people get baited, and then the unique gets really expensive, and they're like, I saw this in the GGG video, I want to play this build, and then it's fucking prohibitively expensive. Nah, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna use some rare. They're not gonna be like Headhunter, fucking whatever, right? Like, they're gonna just make some basics that they nerf it.
It gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like, if it just, it certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like, you don't. Okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. We just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just
dabbing on us
nothing.
nerds
Like, it's kind of
all
that
the
tough
time.
balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like,
what? When? 10 years ago, maybe? Really? What about all the sparkers and the like, the pizza totems was like 7 or 8 years ago. That's not been a thing anytime recently. Self-casting has been super prominent. Like, when? What the fuck?
It just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit
it's viable
is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type of ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right? Yeah. So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. So in its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate, really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. Like, you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it. And the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit, this is a type of ignite where, like, every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like, that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really quick.
Like, you're missing an extra
ability,
one level behind on clear speed.
You can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take, like, you need this unique, and you need like a few things, like, to get to the point of you're doing that. It does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route.
So if you get enough CDR and increased duration and some unique and something, then maybe you can be always flying, always burning. That's kind of cool.
It's just, you know, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that Ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change Incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how Ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning
sprinting while flying
sense, as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
it's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a Flash animation.
There's no movement
Don't even
skills.
worry about it. No one should really have to
Technically, there is shield charge, but that's like an attack with a built-in like, you know, shield charge animation at the start or whatever. And it's there is no like super spammable movement skill. Like you can leap slam around. I guess that's okay. And also like the movement is like built into other stuff. Like the wolf is gonna have some stuff where like every auto attack is gonna like, you know, like mini charge you into the target if you're like close enough. It's like Consecrated Path in PoE 1. Flicker has built, but like yeah. Oh wait, there's Blink, right? There's Blink and Temporalis, yeah. But the Blink has a massive cooldown without Temporalis, and Temporalis is like giga expensive. It's like the Mage Blood plus of that game, right?
And just really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think that was the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. You know, we were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible.
Yeah,
there's just
the amulet.
Pieces
in place.
Sure.
That amulet is really good for
in terms
leveling.
of just the general way as well, we've got things like that are a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game really.
And you can corrupt it to be 1.2 meters.
Charges and like so. For example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges.
Go through the campaign,
use it on a prime for stun monster. So you can do that sort of. But as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that.
Why do I have a game
isn't
running?
just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged-based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character throughout the course of a skill animation.
A couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into, get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed. And that's what we try to do with our targeting thing, where like, so for example, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam. So it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can stare it the whole way. And effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that, where you can do, like attacks, like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff. And that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing. And like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace.
As I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like moving any like.
Okay. Next question.
Considering we're getting the druid, so
weapon swap.
Last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and a mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. like, the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing.
Today. Fun low-key content like watching the stacked deck vid and this.
Nice, thanks. Yeah, I generally don't do much React stuff. Of course we watch the GGG lives and stuff, but like, yeah, sometimes it's chill to just watch some stuff and like talk about it. Thanks.
Like, there's generally speaking, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like, I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be. Like what that would look like, but yeah, what it does look like is you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got things like armor break and charges and random stuff like that kind of like allow you to sort of potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. And you kind of will need to be able to learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the Sork set of skills. But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like, it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the Sork.
Okay. And touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like, one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2, you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger. There's like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely. So you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers. I think to sort of get the feel right. The durations of things really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But
what is he gonna? What are they replacing it with though?
There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer to do.
Jesus.
It's funny though because it can seem trivial, like
replace it with
you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that, but it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like
rewards.
It has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need.
Hell
which is
yeah!
Quite tricky.
Please
like,
not
in order
gold.
To make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems.
Yeah, it's
so, like,
it's another
that it needs to be able
lever.
To do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say, I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it.
Yeah,
like, you don't need
exactly.
It absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
Two follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on, and like like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE what do you call it, the sorry, the name's fallen out of my head, the thing that you use to make builds,
path of building.
Path of building, sorry, yes. The path of building. So I mean, things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would, but at the same time, I just, I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding.
Maybe that might be an Australasian slang potentially. So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity, this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on?
Did it? I didn't even see that. Are you gonna get lower rarity rolls on gear this patch? They just nerfed the numbers? Was that in the patch notes? What the fuck? I missed that.
Their gear, because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots. Now it becomes more of a coveted max stat. That kind of acting in reverse.
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were. And I think that actually, in retrospect, it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the like the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do.
In some
but I believe that we
pieces?
also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it.
Adjusted.
It's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the
It's
that
just
you
worse.
kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect.
Okay. So there might actually be just less stuff dropping because of this. Well, less good stuff because rarity isn't quant, but rarity makes more good currencies drop. Adjusted. Might have adjusted them. Okay, it's fine. We'll see.
Just
We'll
sort of communicate that.
try it out.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun
God.
question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
There is not a hard cap, but there is effectively a cap almost, or like it's past 150, it has almost no effect or almost no increase. Like the curve like drops off like crazy.
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only
There's a 40% more pack size, but the same number of packs, which means the number of rares, which means 40% more loot because good drops from rares mostly anyway. There is the number of rares did not change, and that has been confirmed in this podcast. So yeah, the number of rares are unchanged. It's only the white and the blue mobs, the basically the pack size. Yeah. No. The rares, well, they're messing around with something where it's called like effectiveness or whatever. They say that the final number, the final amount of loot that comes out of a map is the same as it was last patch. And then, of course, we also got the buff of the tablets having more mods. So if you're juicing on the high end, there should be more loot because there's 4 mod tablets instead of 2, which is 2 mods and extra mods on each tablet. So 6 extra tablet mods, which may not be, there isn't 4 good tablet mods every time, but like it is going to be better. But they've also messed around with rarity. So who knows? We just have to try it
ask
out.
for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Had there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like, we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix.
That's
because,
a good question.
The monsters in the temple just have regular item drops.
No,
and,
my playlist is not
those,
really
like,
shareable.
Effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got this sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the room, like generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop like that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So
you know what that means, guys? That doesn't work in group at all. It's gonna be one crafting device for 6 people. You go in with 5 of your friends and you get one thing. Haha. Surely they thought of giving loot to your friends. Surely it's not just gonna be one, right, guys? Goodbye. You go in with 6, you get one person's reward, like most PoE 1 mechanics. Almost all. We'll see. Surely Mark is tested
elements,
this
which you
Mark Bobberts will save us.
So obviously people have to work.
Doesn't even have to be 6, but it just feels like you get your friends to play and you go in and you're like, oh shit, this is new mechanic, cool temple, let's go in. And you go into this new room that you built and you go in and there's like a thing in the end and you click it and it's like, oh, well, what are you doing? I just clicked this cool thing. Look, I can't. It says you can't interact with other people's crafting benches or whatever. Like it's just. Surely they didn't do that, right? Surely everyone is gonna get their own reward. I'm pre-dooming here, but like that's how fucking everything works in PoE 1. Will the people end up running 6 clients for 6x loot? You can only run 2 clients, and if you're fucking leveling up 2 clients through the campaign, then yeah, I mean, if you're controlling 2 clients, then you get 2 clients loot. Yeah, like what the fuck? That can't be the reason why you can't share loot with your friends. 5 people can clear the temple 5 times faster. That's just not true. 1 person is building it. You're capped at that space. What the fuck? Wouldn't people just get 5 randoms from global? Oh, so emergent multiplayer? Where you want to join other people and do shit together? That sounds fucking cool. But whatever. Surely I'm just biased.
Comes from one everything. There's not that many rooms, but then
we're not
they go to different levels.
It's okay.
So, like,
we'll
speaking,
try it out.
Things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
Like this can't be the reason you're designing around this, right, Chip? Like you can't be seriously suggesting this. Like, listen, we thought about you playing with a friend or your wife or your whatever, your dog, and you're just playing together as 2. And you go into a temple and you get 2 rewards because there's 2 of you. We could have done that, but then we realized that you are able to multi-box 2 clients per computer, and if you have 3 computers at home, you can run 2 clients on each, and if you level all of those up and gear them out and get them into a party together, you can get 6 players loot for, like, is that really why we're not allowing 2 people to play together and get 2 people's rewards, like, for the same time? Like, what the fuck?
How high can you
that can be a serious
temple?
consideration.
Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it?
Yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was
so
to
the high end juice is good, nice.
Like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on where they give mods and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build
keep
up
farming the
lots and lots of rooms if your goal is kind of like max end game juicing. Because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Juicing.
Now this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in
Yeah,
the
our
weeds
game is
sometimes
complex.
with it, or
It's
can you
fucking
kinda
awesome.
Just, build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and
Yeah.
like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade
live?
things.
No.
Like now you can think about it. Be like you can be thinking on a deeper level of
It's
like I
from
want to
yesterday.
upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely
Just
like a
click
lot
the
better than what we
green
would have done in the
box, little
past.
bro.
And it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI.
No, they itemized the rewards at the end. So if you don't want to like double corrupt or you don't want to whatever, then you can itemize those into orbs. You can't itemize the temple like you can in PoE 1, I think. Yeah.
For communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to to get those UI cues in really well. So it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah. I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. It has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your rituals, your deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah. So I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure. Yeah. It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050 like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about. Like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas, and things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the in-game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the in-game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch. And it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in-game stuff,
it would have been Druid or
we
endgame.
Probably would have had to sacrifice the Druid, which I really didn't want to do. There was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the Druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. Yeah. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no Druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. It's going to definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, you know, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, you know, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame. Okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that.
Swords access concern they talked about. The weapons come with classes. They can't just add swords without a class because of how they built their systems, right? Like they added the druid. That's not just adding the druid. That's adding the forms as a weapon, which any class can use. You can play a sorceress and be a bear. You can play a ranger and be a dragon. They added a new weapon type. They didn't just add the druid. These things come together, right? So if they add swords, that's gonna come with the gladiator or whatever the hell they're gonna call it, right? So it's not. Those are not individual things.
So there's been a lot of like, you know, balance.
They added the, I don't know what the weapon type is called that makes you form change, but that's what they added, not just the druid, right? Yeah, you can be a dragonborn sorcerer.
Well.
Yeah.
But like it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, you know, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got. Like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark as often will say, you know, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could literally spend spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So you know, that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one. But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, you know, the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about.
You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you, what happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the druid the past 5-6 years? There a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well, I mean, cool. I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But you know, like there's just like
the furries.
It's just really hard. I mean, look,
they want the wolf.
We had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in. That we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy. But yeah, that's something that
watered the plant
it was cool,
monster.
but it wasn't a wolf.
Yeah.
Like there are things like that we did. But yeah, it's just been. It's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the druid, whether like a...
Is he just watching yesterday's interview? Well, watching, talking about it, yeah.
Skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that
Yeah, so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting just like feel to it.
Speed.
I mean, it was the same type of creature as Bramblegast. You know, like you're gonna be like Bramblegast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So. You know, it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning. For the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called lightning storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. Was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that, because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some.
Yeah, so you can water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay.
Okay,
I
rangers with
gears
plant
and talk a little bit about
support.
bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again, so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight.
Plant-based only.
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately, it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part.
That's fair.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately, so we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight.
That's fine.
The boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like
I wonder who painted this.
Place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. It's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them.
We can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something we just need to fix. I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah,
but I'll check
okay.
out.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay.
Oh, he answered that?
This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely.
Uh-oh.
Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically, where you just had holes in the progression where
In
and
a
you wouldn't really
previous,
appreciate
I mean,
why
we
it was
haven't
as a
pushed
player,
ever
but like it
into
meant
it.
you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through, and that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, you know, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get, and you know, to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing, because that's something that has been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight.
Yeah.
And some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up. Right. So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seeding.
Well, what more mostly is was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be. Yeah. And like that's obviously not right. So you know, like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot, just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, you know, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky, they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, you know, get more levels in the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get, you know, that gear drop. So do you have any, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, oh, well, just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler. You're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right? Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE 1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE 1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE 1 that doesn't. So that could kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one.
There is
as for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting, I think, that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where
campaign zones are still huge.
Some of them had a bit of a hard time communicating those.
Some of them in Act 3 have been reduced, but campaign zones are still huge.
Much like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want
to So if you've only played on launch, they have added checkpoints, and you can instantaneously warp between discovered checkpoints. So if you went to the right and you got the corner checkpoint, and you go to the left and then you find another checkpoint, if you want to go back to the right one, you can warp instantly between the checkpoints with no loading screen. This also works in maps. There's checkpoints in maps. So if you like Mr. Rare or something, you can warp back.
And improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things. The last league we had Abyss, and we had the Bones and that crafting, and we had the special Lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people, though, to go use resources outside of game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable, and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes, and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to PoE 2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile, and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know? Are you interacting with the UI too much or something? Or
so there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some
Good
kind
question.
of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it will still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find.
They didn't add rare things back on the map, unless you. So they are making a change that if you have scouted every checkpoint in the map, then you will see everything that you have missed. So once you find the last checkpoint in the map, the rare icons are gonna be back. If you missed a breach, expedition, anything else, that's gonna be back. Yeah, so that's how they chose to.
A way to do that doesn't feel wrong. We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said, like in some
the completion, you don't have to kill all the rares now to complete the map. The current map completion is killing the boss. Every map has a boss now, and that's how you complete the map. You go to the boss and you kill it. If you want to kill all the rares, then you can kill as much as you want on the way, and if you found all the checkpoints and you want a full clear, you can warp back and find the last ones or go to the last ones. But you don't have to. It's boss kill now. It's PoE 1 style map completion now.
In cases with the omens in particular, you had like the homogenizing omens
Yep,
were
rares
kind of
drop
one of those things where you would have
80%
to
of the loot.
Using those
maybe 10% from the boss, maybe
something like that. Like the game wasn't really giving you, but I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. But look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah, no need for like tutorial. Just a resource in game to read. Just so people are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember I was so excited when I saw like, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without investigating first. So sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear. Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption. But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. That's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses, again. Now, in PoE 2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like Divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in Solo Self-Found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the Pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're doing getting
Guys.
divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things.
Where's
so
my
there'll be an
divination
element of
card?
that for sure?
All right.
When they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have 2 MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic.
Like 4 hours.
Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Wait, what is this question? What? Detaching MTX effects from MTX item? What does that mean? Or just like floating? Okay, I see.
Over time, we have been doing more of that.
They did that. There's like a footprint that makes you float now. Or the map device tracker. Oh, okay. Yeah,
like
okay.
Tracking
That's a good question.
Stuff that you know, we've been doing and so on. Like, you know, for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so you know, with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the you know, the thing of that, like it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting and so on. So yeah, I just, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying, with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when, you know, that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then, you know, I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine doing like a custom race or something like that, or I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content for something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but at the, I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other.
Of course,
other
they're gonna
mechanics,
bring
I would
over.
say.
They said that before PoE 2 comes out, like the final release, they're gonna port over MTX from PoE 1. That can be made work. Like if something is, like if you paid for something, it should work in both games, right? Like that's and that should happen before the game comes out. Obviously, new things that they make only for PoE 2 is not gonna work. Like if they make a spear MTX or crossbow MTX and there's no spear or crossbow in PoE 1, that's not gonna work, obviously. But like from PoE 1, everything should be ported over. I think they're working on that, and they have been for years.
You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch.
Looks like they're slowly sunsetting PoE 1. I don't think it looks like that at all, but all right.
For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly. And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go, because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so busted,
nothing
and then,
mind, unfortunately.
Then the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at having Grinding Gear Games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it would be good if like, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
right?
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. Yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with, okay? So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't have a status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. About sprint. Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? That's something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what are you suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have really fat fingers. and they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So,
I guess we could do that. Like, we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option. I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great for people with fat fingers like myself. All right, this one I know has been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean, at some point probably, but unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like, I think it really hurts how they look. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that?
I suppose
Why
it's
would
similar
you?
where it just like turns into a bit of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not a huge fan of.
Okay.
What's map
All right,
modifiers?
for all my Acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like, I would say that it,
But
like
what is a bad mod? Because for different builds, different mods might be bad, and you can already search for them. You can type in the bad mod or the regex for it or whatever, and it'll highlight in your stash. Like that, you don't have to repaint maps for that. I don't know.
kind of ailment or something. Like, we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework. Really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know.
You guys gotta like clean your mentals and like pay attention. If you don't care about some subject matter that much, that's fine. If you space out, but if you have like attention issues like that, you gotta tone down the doom scrolling and the.
Are we still gonna get the black screen when we open the Atlas?
Attention destroying short form content and stuff.
I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally, but yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so that is there isn't a huge amount we can do about
or
that.
Get diagnosed and get
the display driver. One thing I will just say
guess,
generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do. Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE 1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen, because like that's kind of what's showing you, like,
do that.
Like, for
Anything.
Example, like maybe there should be, for example, maybe
It's
there should
so
be,
hard
like, a
to
pop-down thing
find.
that says like 0 out of 3
Cache.
passive things done or something,
Shader
something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there. Probably.
Didn't hear what was the question? The slash passives. Can we have a slash passives command or a way for you to see what extra objectives you missed in the campaign that actually gives you power, like a skill point, like a 10% fire res, 10% whatever? That was the question.
I think I prefer to.
He wants to incorporate that into the game. Yes,
chat
of course.
command.
Please.
I like
that.
that.
And that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's still in
it's
New
the whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah,
it's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. But like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but I'm not a fan.
Okay,
personally.
maybe.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented.
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
Damn.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are
Chris on board with
that.
the icing trade.
Okay.
That's funny.
Now, this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement?
Uh-oh.
On console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony. Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
Yeah. I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack,
there is.
Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid, right off the bat this time. Which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak a bear form MTX? Is there like a handout?
Unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But
it's funny. They released today, like one day later.
There's some stuff there.
Listen to me. It's gonna
two
be
more quick questions,
Twitch
Jonathan.
gifted something.
One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exiles Treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Zeri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to at Zeri because she was like the very first expansion to PoE 1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Atzeri, so there was also this whole, everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like, a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with the trailer and everything as well. So that was a big one for sure. So I think it turned out very well, and we've got a pretty awesome version of Atzeri for the that kind of lives up to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says at Zeri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
What?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and Atzeri in the game to find out.
Communing? Any communers?
You'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that. Play the game.
We'll see.
On the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this at Zeri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Good.
Yeah,
good questions, actually.
Okay, well,
very impressed with Try, actually.
4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure there can be some, but hopefully we should be right.
Server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Why is Jonathan AI fine on this thumbnail?
Thank you very much.
Jesus.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Is this Try's video?
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it?
It is. Jesus. Oh. Okay. Well, we got through that. TLDR. Rarity possibly nerfed. Rare monsters in the maps are actually not less than before. There was not much new info in there. I was just interested to listen to like his takes on stuff and his, you know, design directions and stuff. Yeah, I mean, we'll try it out. We'll try it out and see how it plays. There's not much to TLDR, I guess. I wasn't making like notes or anything, but yeah, I don't know. We'll try it out. Guys, thanks for watching. I'll be back maybe tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know what we're gonna do yet exactly. I hope we're gonna be able to make a shape-shifting party to begin with, and then of course in the end game we'll have some actual supports and stuff. Whatever makes sense, like a shock support, freeze support, and then some damage dealers. We'll see. I watched the video you linked about Grok becoming Mega Hitler. Yeah, I mean these are just like chatbots for now, but like yeah, you know, it's all the alignment stuff is regularly interesting. I set up a channel, by the way. Some people were asking if you're interested in like the podcasts I've been listening to. I have a channel now on my Discord called AI Stuff. It's not like AI art. It's like actual AI stuff. If you're interested, just scroll up to the top of that channel. I'll probably pin the first message. Does that work if I pin the first message or I pin the first thing I linked? Can people like jump to that and then start scrolling down? Because I linked like 10 different podcasts with like descriptions. I like wrote up what it's about if people are like interested. Like if I pin this and then you go to here, pin messages. No, it's just, oh yeah, you can click jump and then jump and then scroll down from there. Yeah, that's good. Cool. So yeah, there's some cool podcasts there to listen to on the AI topic stuff, LLMs, alignment, robotics, scheming. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out today. It's chill stream. We'll be back when we're back. Yeah. See you next time. Have a good rest of your evening/night. Bye.